work. What if, mm, what if there's no work?
How can that be?
Mm, What if there's no work available
You mean what
that
if there are
pay?
no jobs? Oh,
What
that
if,
pay. Yeah, right. Well, a lot of my work is unpaid work, but I do it anyway. Why?
oh, what if you live in a poverty zone and there's no work around?
Then you gotta
Then
either
you're
barter your way or
in party. You're
find a
poverty.
way to develop your own methods. We can go back to the idea of the ledger. It could be a private ledger amongst persons, such as the fellow who ran Mark ran. It could be a public ledger, um, shared in the community and perhaps kept in a hall of records there in your local municipality. Doesn't even require digital equipment to maintain. Remember, these things have been in operation for thousands of years. What do you think all those clay tablets in Sumeria were about? I mean, there were the recordings of wealth, but it's not just material goods that you could trade; it was your service as well.
Oh,
Now,
so
yes,
you need a paper and pencil
or
and
clay and a reed.
take note.
You'll
And
need
what
something, but
do you write down?
but that's not how it's done in that one story that I shared with you by E.F. Russell in the Gone planet, the planet of settlers who had lived for 4 centuries, who had colonized the planet and were living according to the philosophy of Gandhi. No one wrote anything down. They all just operated according to a mental IOU system, and they would plant
Wow.
obligations upon each other. So if someone wanted something done and they knew that they had already helped someone, they could go to that someone and go, "Hey, remember that time?" And the entire economy, it wasn't easy living, but it was still a living nonetheless.
So what IOUs have you written mentally that you owe to yourself?
Why I operate. You're talking about technical debt. Um, I almost was going to say I try to operate in the gift economy to the extent possible, but um, that's a great question. What you've just posed. Um, I try not to be honest with you. Um, I know there are certain things, tasks that I must do, but I also at the same time find ways to become, without even thinking about it, distracted from those tasks. And good morning, Dom.
So if you're in a poverty zone or a zone that is difficult to find work, then you can use the ledger system to create wealth by doing services and making agreements that I owe you or you owe me, and then you can get out of poverty in any zone.
Well, that's
And
the
by
hope.
getting out of poverty, you may have food to eat and you will get out of hunger.
Now there's a transition period because there's never any lack of work when it comes to the world, as far as I can tell. There may be a lack of compensation for said work. I mean, everyone needs some source of succor, either the land and the skills by which to grow one's own food, or uh, credit, or some form of money that enables you to live, right? Now,
Sugar. What is sugar? That's interesting. Like sugar? Sugar. Sugar.
I try to stay away from sugar. I'm not always successful as an energy source, but if you're talking about your cells, and remember, each one of your cells is like a super being in and of itself, because there's DNA in the nucleus of your cell, and there's DNA in the mitochondria. Mitochondria, the powerhouses, and ATP, I think, is the primary energy. I mean, a lot of times it's been measured in glucose, but it's actually a compound and a composite, because your body needs oxygen. Your body needs some form of blood sugar, which isn't necessarily the refined sugars that we're familiar with. You can get it from eating rice, for instance. And these are the things that sustain you and enable you to do greater things. And our bodies, of course, operate in such a way so as to enable us to do great things if we take care of them properly. Now, I say our from a general sense, but I can't speak for everyone. There may be special cases where that isn't the situation. Good morning, David.
Hey, good morning, Rami. How are you?
I'm a most happy fellow.
Good. Happy to hear that. So what is the discussion today?
Right.
Poverty. Hunger. Those are some suggestions.
I was thinking Satori could be our topic.
What is that?
Satori. Well, let me pull up the dictionary definition. Sudden enlightenment, the road that leads to Satori. It's a Japanese word, literally means awakening.
And it's sudden.
Yeah,
just I think it's sometimes.
Go ahead, David.
I say I appreciate that, when he said it was sudden, because sometimes things happen suddenly, period, in our lives, and it becomes a new revelation to us. I think that, you have different, like in Christianity, they call it the Holy Spirit, I don't know, Japanese, what do they practice Buddhism over there or what? I mean, the thing is, if something happens suddenly, it would be something very similar, the same type of thing, but usually it's something outside of the realm that we're used to thinking in. To me, it's what it is.
In the in the Abrahamic sense, we would refer to it as revelation.
Yeah, right. Could be. It is revelation. Right. That's another word. I mean, the thing is, depending on the culture that we come from, I think probably many cultures would observe this. Some people can't observe, what do you say, Satori, because the thing is, they get so focused on whatever it is in their lives that the only thing they can see is, what's been taught to them through regulations and teachings and different things of that nature, But I think that, people, once they become aware of it, sort of look for it, because it comes through learning, period.
I wonder what the Kensho refers to.
The what?
In the definition of Satori, there's this word Kensho, a deep experience of Kensho. Can you see that, Rami?
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Let me see if I can find it on this. Is it on the screen that I'm sharing at the moment?
It was, but you made it bigger. It's
Oh no.
there it's like on the third,
Oh,
the
there we
second
go.
or third paragraph.
Clicking
So
into
you click on it,
Kensho. Here we go.
and it goes to Kensho. And then what is that?
Well, we'll just read it.
It's a deep experience of Kensho.
Kensho is a Japanese term from the Zen tradition. Ken means seeing, sho means nature essence. It is usually translated as
Oh,
seeing one's true nature, that is, the Buddha nature or nature
oh,
of mind.
wow. And now that's what Luis Del Pino would talk about, seeing things as they really are.
But did he
So
always?
we wake up and see things clearly as they really are.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but-
did he have
True
perfect
nature.
vision?
Yeah,
Did he always have perfect vision?
the question is though, I mean,
Maybe he thought he did.
the question is, are you really saying things as they really are? Because the things that you see are environmental, based on the environment that a person has been exposed to. I mean, you may be able to see something that may be a reality there, that it may be a common reality to other people, you know, but the thing is that common reality being influenced by your own environment?
And who gets to experience Satori or have time to have to meditate and experience
Well,
Kensho
you know, maybe
only
it's not
the
entirely up to us.
and
It's not something that we
well-to-do.
can necessarily will at times. It just comes and strikes us and when we least expect it. I mean, that's the story of
There
Paul on
was
the road to
a
Damascus, is it not? Or was it a
there
series
was
of events
a
that led up to that occurrence?
there was a debate going on in Buddhism. In it came to culmination in Tibet about whether enlightenment would happen gradually, like you would go to different levels, and or was it be sudden, like you're down here, then suddenly pow, you're enlightened. So that, I guess, Satori is the Buddhism in Japan, accepted as it would be sudden pow Satori. You're enlightened suddenly, like you're just, you don't look like that guy, doesn't look like he would be enlightened, and then suddenly boom, he becomes enlightened suddenly. For some reason, maybe he had good karma. And instead, they had a debate between and gradual enlightenment. And gradual enlightenment won in Tibet, and so they studied the graduated path to enlightenment, which involves steps like grade school. You go to grade school, and then you go to middle school, and then high school, and then you graduate. So that why in monasteries in Tibet, they do a lot of studying and lots of studying, and you got to memorize this and that, and then you see yourself as gradually getting there, going steps in. Oh, but actually, you kind of go in cycles too. You kind of go over things.
So would you call that institutionalized enlightenment?
Absolutely.
So in Tibet, they did develop great monasteries, sometimes having 10,000 monks, and they were very institutionalized, and they have different levels of study, and they had like PhDs in meditation. They call those who graduate are called geshes, like geshe blah blah blah, Rinpoche. The geshe, they got like the Dalai Lama got his geshe degree,
Good.
like when he was 25 years old. Oh, right before getting kicked out of Tibet, he got his geshe degree. He had to take a test, and they would debate him. Like his teacher monks would debate him and have him ask him questions, and he would have to answer quickly.
Right. Yes.
And he passed the test, and
Yeah,
then he left Tibet and went to India.
And again, in the Abrahamic faith, that is Jesus at the temple at 12. His parents had to go back because everyone was amazed at the answers the kid was giving. It's morning. It's 12 minutes after 7. Don, welcome. Thank you for shining your presence into our brutish
Oh,
like
Eli.
existences.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a great day.
Yes.
Are you well fed?
You said, am I well?
Are you well fed?
Well fed? Not yet. I'm just about to make breakfast now.
Hmm. So you will not go hungry.
Yeah, and I will not.
Praise the Lord.
Yep.
But
I'm
then,
the next
Rami,
2 days in the salon. So
but Rami, what does it mean when in the Sermon on the Mount, it is written that he spoke something like the poor in spirit. What is it? Like happy are the poor in spirit, for they shall inherit the kingdom of the earth. That is puzzling. Does that mean that only the poor will reach the kingdom of the Lord?
Well,
I wouldn't say exclusively, because
Or maybe,
you know where our
maybe
word
that
dollar
means
comes
an
from?
attitude.
Dollar, DOLLAR, dollar. There's a more ancient version of that word called thaler, with a TH instead of a D. And according to the medieval scholars, the word originates with, I think, Joseph's father-in-law, father-in-law of Jesus, the Nazarene. In that, I mean, there's a guy who you don't hear very much of.
who was he?
He would have been Mary's mother, right? Or Mary's father, sorry, not Mary's mother.
Yeah, but what was his name?
Oh, let me look it up, because I gotta admit, and
that's
this
enough.
is a weakness. It's why I spend a lot of my time trying to remember the most important things. But let me see if I can pull up.
Oh, you were talking about poor in spirit, what Jesus is being referencing to there, that is something that is in our everyday life, as far as I'm concerned, because when a person is poor in spirit, I mean, you're totally devastated and you're looking for answers. So the thing is, when somebody is poor in spirit, they're humble, they're willing to listen to different things. Whereas if you know all the answers and everything, you don't need to ask any questions, because you have it all. And the poor in spirit there, I really believe that represents
Oh,
what he's saying.
so poor in spirit means that is like empty of knowledge in the mind. Like the spirit can be equated to the mind, and so poor means that it lacks. So if you're rich, you're full, so no more can enter that mind. So it's good to empty your cup before you receive teachings from the master, from the guru.
No, that's not, I don't agree with that at all, Hyro.
Joachim,
That's a reinterpretation.
Yeah, but there is an explanation for it. And let me share something that I learned this past week. I was watching a podcast and they were talking about, as a matter of fact, I think I sent Rami the link to this particular video. And inside of it, they were talking about something, and I never thought of before, it's like Hollywood, what does Hollywood really mean? When I think of Hollywood, I think of California and a place where they produce movies and all these other different kinds of things, but the thing is, in reality, Hollywood is actually a name of a piece of wood, holly, and what it's used for is it's a sorcerer's wand. Okay, so now when I stop and I think about Hollywood, the reference to Hollywood is that, maybe there's a lot of sorcery that's actually coming out of Hollywood. And how does it come out? Well, the thing is, the sorcery comes out of Hollywood through different stories that are not real. Yeah, he's a guy, Mickey Willis. I tell you, that guy is just unbelievable, and his knowledge of this whole thing. He's really terrific. But the thing is, so it made me think now, first thing I thought of is I go back to when I was a child and growing up in Michigan and used to watch on, I think it was on Sunday nights when they had the World of Walt Disney. And they had this little like angel thing out there with a little wand in her hand and popping little different things and sparkles and everything would come out, And it made me think of that because, since then Disney's a wonderful place to go to. But the thing is, we have to realize that it's all somebody's imagination, but unfortunately, imaginations become reality to some people. And the thing is, when they do become reality, that means you're actually believing in something that's not true. So, the thing is, it just brings that whole connection, brought that to me. And it's sort of like your Satori type thing that you were talking about in the beginning, because it was an awakening for me that I had never seen before watching this particular movie, But there's a whole lot of awakening inside of this particular film. And also there was another one brought out this past week too that broke all box office things. It was one of these films like this regarding child trafficking. Child trafficking is something that you never hear about really in the news, hardly at all, but it's something that's very severe in our country. So anyway, that was my Satori, I guess.
Mhm.
Right. Well, that's what we do, though. I mean, it's what I think men are most famous for is we take our imaginations and we convert them into a reality.
Well, and the thing is, it's really not reality. It's still imagination, and it's still fictitious. Even when people take and try to do documentaries on somebody that's died, the thing is, their personality, whoever's doing the actual writing and producing of this, cannot actually replicate that person. So inside of it, there's the things that are not reality. The reality is really truly only in the words. You take, like, for instance, Martin Luther King Jr., when he said people should not be judged by what they look like, but by the content of their character. I mean, this is something that, transcends everybody in all kinds of things, which is very, very true. But the only thing is, when they make presentations of him, they also make presentations of him that he was, out there fighting racism, of which he was, but that was not the main thing. It was more of a thing of what he said in his words and things that he did, and not looking at him as a black man or a white man or anything else, but as a revelation to the words that he was actually speaking that apply to everyone's life, period. Unfortunately, we draw pictures of people, maybe as they are, and it's really difficult to take and reproduce an individual. Like, nobody could reproduce Hiro or Rami. It'd be impossible, but they could take and document certain things about them. So the thing is, when we're watching anything that comes on the film or whatever, we have to relate our own wokeness, our own reality to what's being said.
So,
Rami, you were talking before about the dollar. I think we ought to go back there. I was trying to understand, you said there was a deeper understanding to whatever you were trying to present there. What where does that go?
Oh, the
earlier
the dollar word dollar comes from something that came out of the Roman Holy Roman Empire called the thaler, THALER, and on one of the sides of that particular coin, because it was it was hard money, was a picture of the father of the Virgin Mary, not the not the Heavenly Father, but the man himself who was
That'd be Joseph.
Well, no, Joseph was the husband.
Oh, that's right.
Joseph's father-in-law.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the thing is, now that you mentioned that this past couple of weeks there, I don't know, I was doing some little searching on that, the thing is, the Mary's, okay, the mother of Jesus, he's not mentioned at all, hardly. And it sort of surprised me, that, he wasn't there, when Jesus was crucified, or, I mean, he's totally left out of this whole thing almost. I didn't even know he had a name, to be honest with you. Maybe I did come across that. I don't know, but it was sort of funny because it sort of hit me, and I was sort of looking for it, and I couldn't find much on him.
The father of Mary?
Yeah, be the father of Mary, yes. Be Jesus' father-in-law. No, not his father. Yeah, well, it'd be his grandfather.
Grandfather?
Yeah. Right.
Hmm.
Because what's been going through my mind this past week, I've been thinking about this, especially with that other website that we have, about philosophy. The thing is, you always hear a lot about, what do you call it? Greek philosophy, but what about Roman philosophy? These people, they had a philosophy too. And the thing is, I don't know if you know, but like right now, they're trying to introduce this thing into our lives called ESG. There's also philosophy behind that too. Where does all this come from? What's that?
Why was Mary chosen? She's not even in the lineage of David.
Yes, she
And
is.
then Joseph is in the lineage of David, and there's no DNA in Jesus of that lineage. So
Well, there are two accounts of lineage. There's the
from
account
being a
in the
Messiah.
first chapter of Matthew, and there's an account in the third chapter of Luke. And
Yeah,
they're not the exact same accounts.
They're different, right? But the thing is, they show a lineage there. I don't know if maybe one's on the father and one's on the mother or something. I really don't know. To me, the thing is, I find it quite irrelevant because of the fact in chapter 4 of John, Jesus comes out and he says God is a spirit, period. And he must be worshiped in spirit. So in other words, we need to worship this whole thing and understand this whole thing in spirit, because Jesus as well is a spirit, because he talks about that he was here before the beginning of the world, and he'll be here after the end of the world. And the thing is, that spirit there is the spirit of God that he takes and brings across to humanity through the words that he speaks. And the thing is, the spirit is actually in the words that he speaks. So eternal life is actually in the words that Jesus Christ speaks, period. So if they become part of you, you become part of them, and you're eternally brought into it. So where are we at, guys?
Yeah, where are we at?
No, the thing is, he talks about DNA. I mean, the DNA of any human being is quite, I think, irrelevant. Only to who it is relevant to is the Jewish people, because they all, adhere to this fact of being part of the seed of Abraham. It goes back to Abraham. As a matter of fact, our whole society, as far as I'm concerned, evolves around Abraham and, the teachings of Abraham and the Jewish Torah, because of the fact that, number one, Abraham was the biggest capitalist that has ever lived, as far as having control of so many different things as an individual. That's where, like I say, I believe our capitalism comes from, through the Jewish faith. It doesn't mean that it agrees with the teachings of Jesus Christ or the spirit of Jesus Christ. And as a matter of fact, I find it very much adverse, but the only thing is, you don't hear that. And once again, it gets down to the point of, you in philosophy, you always hear about Greek philosophy, but you never hear about Roman philosophy. Well, when you take a look at Roman philosophy, it's basically based upon Christianity as to the understanding of the way that it's been projected through the Roman government, when they determined that the Bible needed to be handled and nationalized through the Rome.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, though, because there's also the pre-Christian period. Rome, before they started adopting the Greek pantheon and making it their own, they were, when you go back far enough, you get to the Etruscans, and the Etruscans had a complete culture in and of themselves.
That's true. You know, the thing is when you study languages, if you go back and you study all these different languages, they all go back to Hebrew, because the thing is in Hebrew,
Do they?
well, to me they do, because Hebrew's got an alphabet, you know. And the thing is, what?
So,
I think Jairo's having slight connectivity issues.
I got Wi-Fi
Yeah,
and it's normally good in this house, but I get kicked out.
It could be the internet to the house itself and the whole loop that is served by it, and maybe even further up the line. You might want to turn off your video for a while, Jairo, just to maintain connection.
right.
Not the Wi-Fi. and see how it
Yeah, but
works.
when you take and you're looking at the Etruscans, they were there in Rome, it was where you're talking about, right, Rami?
Oh, throughout that peninsula.
Right. Well, the thing is, you see, like when you look at their language too, that they had, which was somewhat different than the Latin. Okay. The thing is, a lot of those words and things that they had were formulated, I believe, from the Hebrew alphabet, because when you actually take and look it down, it's so similar. It's almost unbelievable, because what is it? Their aleph or whatever is number one. Alpha is number one in Greek, same thing. And the thing is, when you look at the alphabets of these other countries in the West, they're all pretty much the same.
Well,
You
you
know.
can make the Phoenicians and the Sea people for a lot of this.
Well, I don't know about their language, the Phoenicians, but I do know that Greek was spoken, long time, like as far back as like Hebrew's actually documented, and almost since the Bible is being documented too. So, the thing is, they come up with their own culture and their own understanding of their own philosophy of life, and it's very much different than what the what do you call them, the Jewish people are. It's very different. As a matter of fact, we should take and make a thing of studying the philosophy of Rome and philosophy of Greek. And
So the Phoenicians were first to use an alphabet, right? Or was it who used an alphabet first?
well, I don't know. The thing is, I really don't know, Jairo, who was first about it. All I can do is take and go back through history as to what's been recorded, and then go from there. Because on the Greek side, it goes back to Homer and the Odyssey and the Iliad, which is, once again, there's a story. They make it sound real, but the thing is, who knows that?
It could be that the Phoenicians were kind of like raiders and explorers, and they need to keep track of things that they bought and sold, so they developed their system and their alphabet, and then people that know that, they say, wow, that's cool, that's our own. So the Hebrews made theirs, the Greeks made theirs, and they kind of said, okay, we should start with the letter A, and let's call it F, and the Greeks call it this, that. And so
Okay.
I was
they borrowed good ideas and they came up with their own.
well,
Yeah.
exactly how all this stuff evolved, I'm not certain. But I do
Yes.
know that there's similarities between, I don't know, that I don't believe there ever was any kind of baptism in the Jewish type of theology that I know. Maybe there is. If there is, let me know, because I've not seen it or heard of it. But the thing is, there was in the Greek culture, because they would, if you know the story of Achilles, he was dipped in the river Styx, to take and protect him. And that's similar to what Christians do in, the baptism, but the only thing is the story of, Achilles was his heels weren't, the water didn't get on his heels. So that there was his nemesis, but and the thing is, like you say, in Christianity, they use the same physical thing too, using water to take and baptize a person to more or less protect them in spirit. But They are those similarities there, but like I say, as far as the Jewish, I don't know of anything where they do any kind of baptism in Jewish. It's more a teaching of, their laws and things of that nature.
Well, bris is a rite of passage.
What's that?
They have rites of passage. You have your bris, you have your bar mitzvah and your bat mitzvah.
Right. I think those things are really good, and they're, because the thing is that what they do is they acknowledge children at the age of 12 years old being adults, and they treat them as such. And
Yeah.
by doing that, the thing is they bring them into the adult world much earlier than the other religions like Christianity does. So the thing is, technically, they have a heads up on understanding because of that. As a matter of fact, to me, I look at the Roman structure and everything, even in the Roman Catholic Church. It wasn't until recently here that they allowed even the homilies and a lot of these different parts of their theology to be taught in the language of wherever they were. They were all taught in Latin. So when somebody would go to church, they had to depend upon, I don't know, whatever it was that they could get their message from. It wasn't from the word, because the word was spoken in Latin, and I don't think most people understood it. Even today, I think there's a problem with that. But, that's just me. What do you got?
This is the last of our turkey. I'm about to feed it to two of our dogs.
You feed the turkey to your dogs?
Yeah, I give them one large mug worth of pedigree that they can eat on throughout the day, but I start them each morning with a dose of animal protein.
Oh. But the thing is, like all these things we talk about with Christianity and Judaism or Greek or whatever, I believe that the Buddhism and Eastern religions have something very similar to that. But I'm not a student, but you are, Jairo. You know what's going on in the Eastern type religions. I mean, that's pretty much your bailiwick or whatever. Where you at now?
Hmm.
You in your car?
Where am I? There I am.
Oh, okay.
Can you see me? Oh,
You got a better connection there?
see, I'm in my mother's house in my old room. Let's see, I'm visiting and staying over.
Uh-huh. So
Maybe
you watching after your mom this weekend?
yes, a little bit. I'm staying over, and because my sister took a break, it went to California. I'm helping out with the nanny, help my mother.
Oh,
Let's
good
see.
for you.
So maybe I'll join Zoom on this this computer. Here's a computer, and it's got a webcam. I'll try Zoom on there too. See if that helps. Zoom. What does Rami have on display?
This
Being
is
time,
yeah.
a post-political manifesto.
Yes. So
In
Let me ask you a question
political
to the group,
universe.
okay?
yes, please do. And Jairo, please turn off your video, because it's painful to hear your audio go choppy because it's trying to send both audio and video. Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes, go ahead, David.
Yeah, my question is, does anybody know about ESG or anything about it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's hear.
It's a corporate management system in order. Well, it's got a public face, and then it's got a suspected. There's a number of cynics who have stated that it's probably not as advertised, and I tend to favor that view of the process. But I'm not out to hurt the feelings of those who might even believe that DEI. They make sure not to spell it DIE, because that's the more cynical arrangement of diversity, equity and inclusion. I mean, I got no problem with diversity. I got no problem with inclusion, and I'm an advocate of everyone having an equal share of the land, so as to enable equality of opportunity. But past that, there really shouldn't be any sort of regulation, except
but-
where others might be harmed.
But the thing is, okay, the thing is, what you're talking about is, I don't know, the DEI or DEIE or whatever it is. To me, I understand that there is a scoring apparatus that they use with ESG.
Right.
Because
Well,
Yes,
go ahead.
ESG is actually environmental social government, period.
Governance. Yes.
They're using the environment, the government, okay, to take and impose I guess, the DEI upon each of the corporations
Right.
so that they will take and enforce that through these corporations.
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
what that does, and then they give them a score based on that, and the score determines how much money they're allowed to take and invest or use financially to expand.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, to me, this is something that very
Well,
much,
or to destroy.
right, that's right. Well, take like BlackRock. I mean, they're loaded, they're out to destroy everybody, you know?
Well, it's difficult to say. I think at the end, their goal, and this has been going on for a lot longer than the installation of things like DEI and ESG. When you've seen all those J.G. Wentworth commercials, 1-800 Money Now, or when you've seen
Right.
things, for taking over annuities. It's basically you're trading in a sure thing for a thing that's more immediate. And then when you look at things like reverse mortgages that have been around for how many decades now?
A long time.
Yeah. So it basically transfers real holdings into the hands of a few people in the end. That's the
Right.
end result. So you go from wide distributions of wealth to narrowing, ever narrowing distributions of wealth. And when you talk about environmentalism, for instance, for instance, the Green Party of the United States of America, I think, was founded in 1984, and you got to figure there was perhaps at least one guy who was literally in it from a conservation type perspective, but it quickly got hijacked by, essentially the socialists. And they're called watermelon greens. There are those who are in it to make sure we have clean air, water, and arable soil, and then there are those who embed themselves in that movement in order to push another ideology.
Well, that's so true. I mean, the thing is that's happening, especially with geoengineering now. But with the ESG scores and with ESG, the thing is that there just transforms the type of government into a purely social or economic government that's run by the government, period. So that everything.
But what does the government do? The government serves the interests of the people who place them in government.
Well, that's true. I mean,
Specific persons.
that's a democracy, and the thing is, unfortunately,
Well,
the
but
people.
what kind of democracy is it?
Well, it all depends. There's several different kinds. There's capitalistic democracies. There's socialist democracies. There's communistic democracies, fascist they're all democracy. Democracy merely means the people's government, the people's law. Okay, so whatever happens that the people support that is in their government, that there is what the law is, that there is a democracy. So the thing is, like I say, communism can be a democracy as well. I mean, because if the people make that their choice, then that's what it is. But the only thing is, it boils down to more of a collective or individual type of a thing. You want a collective type government, or do you want an individual type government, or do you want a collective government based on individuality? Supposedly, that's what we have here in the United States, but it ain't working out too well.
So my favorite definition of democracy, this is what we said, our son here. is democracy is being able to openly discuss what it would be like if we actually had a first-rate government.
Yeah, but to me, that's not democracy. I mean, that's individuality. You go down a different type of a system there, because democracy, like I say, if you take and break the word up, the word is made up of two words in Greek, period. It's a Greek
Demos.
word. Demo means the people, okay?
People
And
rule.
Krasi comes from kratic, which means the law. So you got
People rule.
the people's law, or laws of the people. It's the same thing, you know?
Well, let's talk about it for just a moment. Are you familiar with Spooner?
What's that?
Lysander, are you familiar with Lysander Spooner?
No.
Okay. He wrote a book in 1870. Lysander Spooner. Well, anyway. Oh, look at that. There's even a domain. There's even an organization built around. Here he is. He set up a private postal system. Okay, and it was in competition with the United States Postal Service, and the government of the time knocked him out because they didn't want competition. And he was also a lawyer. He defended soldiers. And his argument from the Civil War, by the way, his argument had to do with the nature of what do you call it? Maybe we can see works. Constitutionality of slavery, constitutional law. Yeah, so after he got knocked out, he went and became a lawyer because, like my friend said, when he changed from his initial profession into the law, he said he basically didn't want to be bullied anymore, which is, and he dedicated his life to make sure others wouldn't be bullied either. But the what was it called? No treason, I think. There we go. Yeah. So what no treason does in its earliest chapter is declare, or it asks, what kind of system of government do we have in actuality, and is it one of contracts? And if it's one of contracts, don't you have to be signing on a line in essence for their, because don't you need two parties to do a contract?
Yes, you do, but they can be verbal, they can be spiritual, they can be all kinds of different things when you're talking about a contract. I mean, legally, according to law, if that's the way they're going to interpret that, then yes, you need two signatures, you know, to get married or to create different contracts or whatever by the law of the government that you're in. I noticed somebody's got their hand up, Rami.
Oh, yes, Dominic, please.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Just to dive up a little bit with the concept of enlightenment, even with the spirit awakening, one needs to entertain the idea, what does it mean when we keep hearing over and over again, people? Because there is a classification for whoever is considered people, and there's classifications of people that are called citizens. So when you hear the media talk and they're talking past the citizens, this is why we have words like we the people, democracy. I'll change the word, nobles. So now when you read things, you get a better vision, and there's that moment of aha. It's like, why didn't I see that before? Because most people don't know enough to question within themselves, what am I actually reading or hearing? So when they're talking about we the people, they're talking about the nobles. Then you'll understand a little bit about Freemasons. They're able to be free builders within the landmass. This is why in the ancient times of the Greeks, there was only a handful. They just end up using a frequency called Greek language, which is a comprehension language. So when people are aware of that, they'll get a lot of these moments of awareness. But they'll say, what was distracting me? I said, because you're not working with the spirit, hence prana, chi. People channel, hence what are they channeling? Air, spirit. This is why even I think, Rami, you put down something about, God and man. It's clearly spelled M-A-N. There's men, M-E-N. The will of man. This is why we have many words with the word government, entertainment, because that's Latin meant for mind/man. But once a person has that awareness, then they start realizing, well, then where have I been? I've been very scholarly in my approach. This is why when even Jarrell says it, why? Those are philosophy inquiries. That's what wisdom's all about. Science questions are the hows. So anyway, I'll let you guys continue sharing.
Well, let's delve into it, because I think it is. I guess the point I'm trying to make is found in the idea of the we the people. People is an undefined term. In the phrase, during the time of its writing, you were talking about those who were signing on the bottom of the page. And I'm speaking of the United States Constitution. In the Declaration of Independence, we're talking about those who signed at the bottom of the page, and the people who all signed it knew that were they to fail, each and every one of them would have hung. All right, so they were hanging together to take something that was a vision and to make it a reality. But what kind of reality is it specifically? The idea of people has always been somewhat amorphous, because did it mean just those who had land? I would posit that that is America in essence, and to the degree, only because of the nature of wealth and wealth's influence over power. I'm not saying it's a full and or total, I'm just saying it's an influence, okay? I'm not an absolute cynic. In the end, it comes down to ideas, I think. And the best rubric to go by is whatever the best idea is wins.
Thing is, Rami, people cannot have openness to think of free ideas if they're controlled by legislation telling them what to think and how to think. And after a while, those things, they become automatic hypnotic. And the thing is, a person cannot see beyond their hypnotic environment, period.
Right.
So the thing is, they become stuck in a world, that there's no invention whatsoever. There's no imagination. Only through free thought and the idea of individual freedom can imagination and everything expand in itself.
Right, and that's always been the greatest criticism of communism, is that it produces people without imaginations.
Well, that's
except for rare gems here and there, but in the end, that's the end of it.
Yeah, that's the end of it, because the thing is, it all leads to darkness.
Right.
And the thing is that nobody can see anything. It's sort of like what's been going through my mind is the Easter Islands here recently, and how these people on the Easter Islands actually, because they were limited to the islands, and they believed in their God so much that they destroyed everything and committed suicide on them all by just destroying their whole environment.
Yeah, it's
I mean, it's a good
greatest ecological disasters have often been birthed in the Soviet Union and in communist China.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, all these different things that are even going on now, look what happened here with the COVID. I mean, there's people look at it in two different ways. You know what I mean? Number one, that, hey, your government is really looking out for you and that you're getting a vaccination to protect you. Then there's others that are looking that know the problems with the vaccination, say, hey, they're trying to kill you, So you have these two different sides, and with the media, they're all pushing this thing that, everything is good. But yet on the other hand, when you watch these TV shows, every TV show has some kind of drug that they're pushing that when you listen to what they're saying, it's going to kill you. So why in the world would you take it? You know what I mean? Why do we support this thing? I mean, it's stupid.
Ralph Nader
Challenges our own individual intelligence.
States that that plutocrats make solutions boring but the means, what makes or what keeps the rich and powerful. I'm not claiming any of the rich and powerful are my enemy, by the way. I'm not doing that in the least bit. Although there might be a seed that's been planted at me at some point, and I might have to root it out. Okay, but what makes the what enables the keeping of the wealth and the power is to be able to take some of that wealth and transfer it into law. Okay, I think most people would agree upon that. Now, when we're talking about the law, if we're talking about law in a democracy, it becomes a matter of, well, who's writing it, and then there's that tension, and that tension's necessary because we live in a republic, and in a republic based upon a foundation of rights, we each recognize that all rights are based upon responsibilities, and then we have to question, well, what are our responsibilities to each other? Because I would say the richest man and the poorest man, or the richest woman and the poorest woman, they are all, whether we like it or not, are in it together. We're all on the same planet, and we're all of the same species, whether we'd like to maybe think or disregard this fact, it remains the case. So what are our responsibilities in essence to each other?
Number one, I think that unfortunately, government and too many legislations take and impose themselves upon the responsibilities that we have to each other, and we don't take and teach each other to be individual and to look out for ourselves. Because depending upon the environment that we are brought up in, that environment, basically teaches us. And here in this United States, we're brought up into a Christian environment, period, that has been brought forward from Rome, as far as I'm concerned. And the thing is, when you go to church and you ask anybody and challenge them about what they're teaching, the first thing they want you to do is shut up, and they ignore you. They censor you. So when we have censorship in our society now, to me, this all originates in the church. It all originates, in our household. When a child comes to a person and they may be 5 or 6 years old and ask them a question.
No.
Yeah,
Hey,
my
how about
son
this?
disagrees with you. I'm sorry.
What's that?
My son is disagreeing with you. He doesn't think it's so. You
Maybe
remember
not.
the Danbury Baptists
But what?
of Danbury, Connecticut?
What about it?
There was a set of Danbury
I heard my
Baptists from Danbury, Connecticut. Okay, and they wrote to Thomas Jefferson saying, "Don't let there be the establishment of a state religion." And he wrote back saying, "Don't worry, there'll always be a hedge between church and state." But what was motivating those Danbury Baptists?
I heard my head.
Yes, you did. Well, what was motivating them is all they had to do was look across the pond and see the history of Europe, because the culmination of church and state has tended throughout time to corrupt the church.
Well, it corrupts the people too.
Yeah, you're right.
But the thing is, though, you see, with the Romans, the Roman government, when they established it, I mean, they never got rid of the Roman government. It just moved to the Basilica in Rome. And the thing is, we have it as the Catholic Church. I mean, the Catholic churches, they're in every single country in the world. The thing is, they expand, and the thing is, they haven't.
Right, and the Society of Jesus, aka Jesuits, one of their working ideas is that they believe that empire is a means to spread the gospel, and so they become apologists for empire.
Yeah, that's true. Now the thing is, what's happened though is that, when they take over, I forgot what I was going to say, but to me, well, number one, if you go back and look at once again, I call it not Roman theology, but Roman philosophy. Okay, when they were first created, okay, what they do? They had everybody burn all the books of different ideas that were there that were coming forward. And then they made their own, and they made it into what they call a canon. And then the presentation of that, they call a missal. Okay, so this whole thing is really obscene when you stop and think about it, because it really is a canon of spirit, okay, and a missal of spirit that they launch on people, period.
Hmm.
Okay. Because of that fact, even during the Reformation, when Martin Luther started to reform the church, okay, he didn't reform none of these here books of the church, of the canon. That all stayed in place. The only thing is they took and made it so that the preacher could get married. Okay, that's basically the only reformation that was made, and that they could take and allow the preaching to be in the language of the people of the time. And you go back to Wycliffe. When you want to read the Wycliffe Bible, I mean, that's really fascinating how English actually started. And and it really, you get an idea of how English came into being with that. But I mean, through these translations, they kept all these books in line that were there with the Roman Catholic Church. And that there is where the problem is, because they canceled out all these libraries that were in Alexandria. They destroyed them. They destroyed people's lives, and they made them focus on a specific understanding of how this was to be presented. Okay.
Right.
And the thing is
Same
that
thing happened in Islam too.
I know, right? Same thing. But the thing is, Muhammad, he probably was pissed because of what was going on that he's seen in the church with the Catholics. And I don't blame him,
I'm going to make a note with regard to the birth of Islam, but first Dominic, and then Jairo.
Well, the advent of writing actually nullified for some people to be very intuitive or insightful. The spirit usually travels through people. The written work is not something, as we get reborn into these forms, is something that's given to you. It's conditioned in you. So when they were talking about writing, what they did was they were teaching the hemisphere, like even now we have a book form opposed to a scroll form. So anything that you perceive through a recording, which is written work, the seeker does not pursue information that way. The researcher pursues information that way.
Right.
So we have scribes and scholars. But if a person understands symbology, they'll understand it limits the spirit to communicate with you. This is why days of old, people used to just channel information through the spirit.
Right.
Now, you need to question those things because there's many entities around us at any given moment.
Right.
Hence why it's principalities. It's not about flesh and blood.
Right.
Blood actually has memory stored within it. Now, I get it. Most people are going to be using their hemispheres. The mind does not work through the hemispheres. It works through the midbrain called the gut, where the insightful. So most of the dogmas are imagination. You have to condition your senses to, in a written form, to say, well, that's real. I said, no. Dogma, you can't touch or taste. You can't taste communism. You can't touch democracy. That's all in the brain. That's the hemispheres. This is why they play the concept of right and wrong, opposed to right and left. That's a pious position to think somebody's right, somebody's wrong, because we don't see through each other's senses. This is why philosophy is really about how do things come to be. Actually, that's actually science. My apologies. Why did God create all of this? Why did entities create all of this? Humans have a limitation in our awareness. Now, I say that because I'm in a human form, but I'm not the form. Because then I would have to explain who teaches me the breath, life, spirit, prana, chi. That's an inquiry that one has to do from within. The outside world is actually dead. Your hair is dead. Your skin is dead. When you cut your hands, you go inwards. But the thing is, some people become wise based on their age. Somebody could be 80 years old, but meanwhile, there's wisdom you can get at any given moment. Wisdom, discernment. The ego is the one that judges, which is fine because it's a program. And most of us, that's what we're using right now. We're using our ego. Who taught us how to speak English? English has 5 degrees to it. English is a combination of 4 other languages. But unless a person goes inwards, they basically have to go into a state of silence, peace, and then go into a state of meditation where you're listening inwards. Once you do that, you realize, interesting. So then where have I been the whole time? Asleep.
Okay.
Now that's a tough challenge for most people because for most people, they're reconditioning themselves. They're their own gatekeeper. Everybody polices each other. You got to do this, you got to do that. I said, but what about the being part? This is why go ahead.
My biology teacher at Valencia College,
ice cream,
whose course I dropped in the first week during the ad drop period,
ice cream, please.
he said something very insightful. He said, well, sometimes you just can't learn from certain people. he understood this apparently, and had absolutely no problem whatsoever with a person who didn't seem to be able to pick up from another teacher. That I guess he had just been at it long enough. He understood that, so I went ahead and dropped his course and took earth sciences instead from a woman who I could understand. Why is that important? Well, when I think of the Gospels and the unique nature of each of them, and perhaps why these over other Gospels were chosen to be included within the canon, you have Mark, which is an account of, I mean, you get the sense that maybe Mark was perhaps a teenager or in his 20s, and they like Jesus. Why Matthew? Why Luke? Matthew grounds the system within the prior system of belief, within the wealth of the Judaic scriptures, and then it kind of glues the New Testament onto the Old Testament and makes it a sort of a continual path.
Cinnamon toast, please.
Yes, I will make you cinnamon toast. Luke, though, Luke is a guy, he's a doctor coming in, basically writing a research report.
Yeah. That's right.
And then John is written by John's disciples. They're the ones putting all this together, because you get all this Greek philosophy.
That's not true.
You don't think so?
No, not at all, because inside the gospel itself, it says, it claims the author of that same claims to be the one that was loved by Jesus.
Right.
But that doesn't say John.
Let me delve into this. So Romans had Paul, and then had Paul's secretary, because at the end there's a little note in that, and at the end of John writes and says, here's my scrawl. Don't, this is my seal of approval, essentially, is what he's writing. He's saying, no one take a word away from this, no one add a word to this, and here's my signature to prove that I oversaw this whole creation process of this work.
The end of John, to me, I find very fascinating, because as far as I'm concerned, I think over time, the last chapter 21, has been added to it. And I think that actually John, the person that wrote the gospel of, or not the gospel, but wrote Revelations, is the one that added that chapter to it, because of the fact that
the same John. I've never really understood whether or not the John who's on Patmos is the John who's, because there's like,
yeah, but the John of Patmos was the one that was actually, I believe, a disciple of Jesus Christ. He was one of the original disciples, and him and Peter, I believe, were one of the youngest ones of his disciples that he had there. And the thing is, when you look at Peter, what happened to Peter? Every time Peter turned around, he was betraying Christ. But they talk about the one that betrayed him as being the other guy that turned him into which is a lie, because the thing is, he repented when he committed suicide, okay? But the only thing is, Peter never did, okay? The only time that Peter did is when he was, with the claim he did, was when he was crucified on an upside-down cross. Well, what's an upside-down cross represent? It represents the devil, okay? So the thing is, you got all these elements in there when you really examine it, and Jesus Christ himself calls Peter Satan, So it's all there. So, I just don't buy all this stuff that's been laid down. Once again, I think it was laid down by the Roman bishops who put this canon together with their missals, because what it does, it makes it so that people that are at a young age are given more authority than people that are an older age. Just like in Luke, it says that Jesus was 30. Well, in John, it says he was 50. So 20 years in a person's life gives them a whole lot more experience, especially adult experience.
I don't see him being called 50. I see you're referring to John in chapter 8 with regard to when he brings up when Jesus mentions Abraham, and then it's the people he's speaking with says, you're not yet 50.
Right.
When it comes to people, well, let me be more when he says, get behind me, Satan, I think he's speaking from a spiritual perspective. He's saying that's where, when he's speaking after he's hearing, but where do the words come from? This is like my most interesting question at least to me, it's interesting. Where do ideas come from? All right, when we voice something, is that a natural emergence of a set of systems that have evolved over time, or is it something that is external, maybe something that we've heard either consciously through our ears or subconsciously through our minds, and then we become the voice for that idea?
Well, to me, you got to take and look, and when you're looking at Christianity, you have to go back and look at the prophecy in Deuteronomy 18:18, which says that he's talking to Moses, and he says, I'm going to raise up a prophet just like you, and I'm going to put my words in his mouth. And anybody that does not believe anything that he says is going to be held accountable. Well, once again, you can take that very prophecy and apply it to this situation here, where he's telling, what is it, Peter, to get behind him. He calls him Satan. Okay, now what did Peter do? Peter wanted him to take and not go down to Jerusalem to be crucified. But the thing is, he said, "Oh, that's why I came here."
Yeah.
And the thing is that there shows us not only Peter, but ourselves and myself that, hey, I don't want to confront the evil that's in the world, period, the things that people want to do. And the thing is, you see, Peter, he ran away from it at every instance. Look at the cock crowed 3 times. And then they turn around and 2 chapters later, and Peter's the savior of the world. That's a crock of crap.
Well, Jesus is the savior of the world, but why does so let me see, I'll go ahead. You thought that you stated that you thought that chapter 21, and were you referring to the Gospel of John or the book of Revelations when you were?
Yeah, John is the only, I don't know, maybe that Revelations has the last chapter too, but the thing is, when you read John and together with Revelations, there's no way that the same person authored both books. They're totally different, except for the last chapter of John. The very last chapter goes with Revelations, but that's the only one.
So, but why did Jesus restate Peter in the middle of that 21st chapter?
Why did he what?
I think Peter represents.
Yeah, he did. That gave Peter all the authority. And the thing is, it set up Roman theology right there. And the part that's nationalized throughout our country, throughout our world, even today. And that's what so many people have against Christianity. They want to get rid of it because of chapter 21 in John.
I don't know if that's the case, because I haven't thought about it.
That's my observation, and I stand by that. Because the thing is, if you pull up the other gospels of, I guess I don't even know if they call them gospels, of Philip and who's the other one, Thomas, and these other people. Okay, they go straight along with Matthew. Matthew goes along with it. This goes along with it up to chapter 21, and they all do, except for chapter 21 in Revelations.
Dominic
You got to really get into this and have the mind of Christ in order to understand what's going on here. And when you go back to chapter 8, okay, chapter 8, he's talking specifically to the Jews that believe in Abraham, and what happened there. He's addressing this, but most people don't see it that way because they're brought up in the Abraham teachings, and that Jesus died on the cross for our sins, just like Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac. I mean, that there has been purposely done.
All right, so before we go any further, because Dom has had his hand up and Jairo currently has his hand up, I just want to make note with regard to the nature of the word Satan as it's understood within the Hebrew scriptures.
Please.
The word Satan is used 6 times, 4 times as a verb. One example of Satan, and by the way, all it means is adversary.
That's right.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. And adversary for what? I only put my hand up for Jaro because he's been trying to reach into Rami, please.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Rami. Thank you, David. Thank you, Don, for listening so intently and taking notes. What have you learned, Don, so far? Have you found this interesting? Have you learned anything? what have I learned? Or from the beginning, we were suggested to consider Satori, sudden enlightenment, and that other word to consider related to deep understanding of the way things are, something like that. And then I heard something about that that through communism you won't have creativity and things like that, and so and then we were into some other things, and I tried to understand what is the meaning of poor in spirit, and I got some idea from David that it has to do with if you have too much knowledge, it might get in the way. So you have to be poor in knowledge, maybe to receive knowledge or wisdom. Is that right, David?
Yeah, poor in spirit. You don't that you know that's a wide open question you're asking there. I mean, to me, my understanding is being poor in spirit creates humility, and when a person is humble, you're at a point to where you want to learn, and once you want to learn, then you start asking questions, and that's how you learn. But the thing is, if you're arrogant and you have all the answers, there's no reason to ask any questions. And quite simply, that there's the difference between poor in spirit and being not poor in spirit. Very simple.
Is that the mainstream understanding of it, or is that your understanding of it?
I don't ever want to represent mainstream because I'm certainly not
mainstream Christian understanding. Well, I wonder what how they interpret it, or how do they explain it? The mainstream Christian.
Well, I'm sure that many will look at it as being humble, as a creation of poor in spirit, as being humble. Because like you say, there's no way that you can ever learn anything unless you are humble and willing to learn. Just like if you want to learn how to play hockey, you go, you learn from people that play hockey, and you learn from the best to be the best. Same thing. And the same thing is with Jesus Christ. If you believe he's truly the Messiah that is prophesied in Deuteronomy, you want to learn from the best. You want to focus on what he's saying. You don't want to learn second or third or fourth hand information, which comes through Paul and comes through some of these other writings that are there. I mean, you're getting stuff that's way down the road. Why do that? I mean, if firsthand information is available.
And how can the meek inherit the earth, and how can those who hunger and thirst for righteousness be filled?
Well, they're going to be filled with understanding and knowledge, number one, because if you're humble and you want to know the answers, you're going to seek the information out. That there's just a progression of how things take and actually occur in the spirit of a person's life.
And what are the peacemakers? Are they the anti-war folks? They will be called sons of God.
Well, the peacemakers are the ones that make peace within themselves first. You can't make peace with anybody else unless you make peace within inside of yourself. So the thing is, the peace is made between yourself and also Jesus Christ, the one that's teaching you the Gospels and what's true and what's not true. That's where the peace comes from. And then the thing is, it's up to you and the environment that you're in to use the knowledge that you have in order to take and live your life. And that will naturally affect others. And when conversations come up, you can talk about it.
And
That's what we're doing here.
And in Think and Grow Rich and other books like that, there's references to these writings, I guess. And so how do these writings help one grow rich?
Well, if you're asking me, the thing is they help a person through their inner self. And when you have more knowledge of your understanding of yourself and your feelings of yourself and your awakeness of what is really real within yourself, you can better utilize it outside into the world. There's no doubt about it. But the thing is, there's things in Think and Grow Rich, and which was written by Napoleon Hill too, that he says that, what is it? Anything the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Well, the thing is, a lot of people believe in that statement and they live by that statement, and therefore they create a lot of different things in their imaginations that are never conceived. The reality should be that everything that is conceived by the mind is achieved, period, because that's what actually happens. Whatever you believe in, whatever your environment has taught you that you believe in is your life, period. Now, if you're
how can one who is in a poor poverty environment change his mind so that his surroundings become rich and he gets out of poverty and is able to feed himself? How is that achieved?
very simple. That's very simple. All you gotta do is ask questions.
My question, guys, because I'm hearing it, what's the limitation of knowledge? And who's the one that has to be humbled? Because there is another tree, wisdom and understanding, and there is a bright light in between. To know things is one thing, to know things, but to understand the essence to things is another thing.
That's
So now
true.
when a person's asked the questions, I hear you, Dave, I hear you. But once a person realizes who's the one that's speaking when you say it's my body, who is that? You got to do the seeking part now. Usually the seeker's the fool. Person that accumulates only knowledge is usually the idiot. To know things, how does energy of numbers work? How does symbology works? How does scrolling work? How does the clouds work? How does the earth work? That takes a little bit of an ability to realize, oh, so I'm not humble enough to allow the spirit to work within me. That's humbleness. You'll know when you're humble. It's like people that talk about morality. That's an intellectual conversation. The pursuit of money limits the pursuit of morality. Now, money in its own part has its value, meaning that it actually can obtain certain needs and wants. But money by itself is all it is. And this is where people get aha moments and they start realizing, what is fiat currency? Who runs it? Why do they run it? And then realize, why do they have all the different terminologies with currency, energy, ships, banks? That's just mental capability. And that's fine, but that's who we are, but not those things. Now, until a person realizes that inquiry, hence prayer or peace, silence or meditation, listen. You're listening from within. Your teacher's never been outside. It's inside. But the thing outside is it's some sort of lesson. You see somebody cut their hands. That could be a lesson. Seeing somebody else figuring that they have answers when they just have nothing more than possibilities. It's like I heard earlier, somebody talking about, well, that wasn't written by Matthew. Was any of us there? How would you know who wrote any books? Because guys like Jesus and Socrates never wrote books because they understood the process of recorded messages. Oral teaching is by far more superior than written work, but both of them are afterthoughts. Imagine if you were within thoughts, hence the word some people use, consciousness, spirit. There's a language of spirit, then there's the language we use for the avatar. When I speak something, that's for the avatar. When somebody receives it, hence Kabbalah, you have many receivers in oneself. Now, everything I'm just sharing is noteworthy. This is why we have chakras and all that. But again, once a person understands it and resists what they think is outside, because that's what they're revealing what's going on inside, then you can say, can I strip everything that I've ever learned? You should be able to question all things. And when I say things, I'm talking about reason, feeling, senses. Because most of us we forget we're energy and motion. Emotions, everything is energy and motion. Thoughts are energy. That's why when you can play musical instruments, I don't care if you play 440, 432, because there's many frequencies, we can use numbers to gauge it. Then you can realize how it affects everything. Now, I'm nobody important in the equation. If a person thinks so, that's them talking about themselves. Respect and consideration means you hear other human beings. When somebody says, I agree or disagree, that's the ego talking about me. I agree. I disagree. That's a child speaking still. This is why when they have depictuation of a statue of a woman holding a baby, the baby's knowledge, the woman is wisdom. And I'm not saying the woman is wisdom. Woman leads with her feminine side, the negative side, the unknown side. Until you're becoming aware of that, what you're doing is sharing a program with each other. How the written work came to be, everything. Who created the internet? Not humans. Who created the alchemy of language to describe something called gold or steel? Not humans. We're the being part of the human.
I don't know. Jairo, your hand is up.
I received through chatting what did I receive? I received a question that went something like this. You're about to receive $500. No, $500,000. So you better get working on how you're going to spend it. And so think about that. So I started thinking about how I'm gonna spend $500,000. So I'd get this and that and pay this and that. But then I said, maybe I should put $100,000 of it to some kind of noble cause. So I said, oh, I'll feed the poor. So then I said, wow, how well could I feed the poor with only $100,000? And so maybe I could create some kind of thing that like seed money, and it would grow to be able to have a foundation that will continually feed the poor for a long time, and maybe end world hunger by 2030. So I was thinking, could that be possible? So anyway, what do you guys think? What if you had $500,000 given to you in a Satori way? How would you allocate it? And
I don't know, before you go any further, I want to take and say, I have to leave here. I've been here longer than I normally do on the weekends. And I just appreciate everyone that's been here, Rami, with your questions, and Jairo for putting this together, and your questions too. And Dominic, your answers have really been nourishing for me. The things that you've come across really been helpful. And Don, it's wonderful to hear your voice too. So I'm going to be gone, and we'll see you next week. Okay.
It's always a pleasure having you here.
Bye-bye.
And enlightening.
You're enlightening.
Satori-ing.
I've got an answer to you, to your question. I would take that $500,000 and find a set of investors who understand commodities, and if let's say I didn't have to live off of any of this money, it was just, in fact, why don't we make it a rule you can't spend it on yourself, your family, your friends, any of that. It has to be completely for strangers.
Wow.
I'd take the 400, and I would find people who understand commodity investment, and I'd have them pick up commodities that are undervalued, that are set to grow. And I'd take the 100 and I would buy land somewhere, maybe in the middle of the country, some place where I can get a lot of acreage, where the land is clean, where you can grow food. And then I would set up a colony for refugees to be able to come and grow and cultivate that land so as to create more than enough food to be able to not only feed themselves, but sell on the open marketplace in that region. And I document the process, and I would encourage others through the website that documents the process, because I don't expect it all to go right. So that others in their own regions might be inspired to do something similar, maybe even better.
Can I ask something again? Can you guys re-explain the definition of Satori, please?
Yes. Son, you're going to need to stop hurting your head. It's still something new to me, so I'd rather just refer to a dictionary because it's
Okay. Sudden enlightenment. So now somebody's presenting a physical construct, whether it's a piece of paper or the ideal. So now, is that, because we're talking about what you would do with $500,000. That's not Satori. That's why I asked the question. Enlightenment is something like, how would people perceive when I try to give them money, or how it is to be rich and all that. That would be the after effect of getting money. This is kind of where people get caught up in the material only. So that's not Satori. That's why I asked the question to bring up the definition. Enlightenment, like a person that's buying lottery tickets to get $500,000 as an example is not Satori. That's them trying to control something. But there's patterns to those things. What do most people do when they win money or get money? Yes, then you can talk about all the things that they do. Satori is more of a being. You become aware of something, thoughts. But yeah, it can manifest itself in the material, but still, what motivated somebody? Like, do I feel poor? And then you can realize, oh, but I'm actually not poor. What do you mean? Because then you can look at different degrees on what poverty is or isn't. A person that's greedy can be still classified as poor. Now, somebody could turn around and say, yeah, but he's not poor of material. I said, that's just another view of it. That's just another perception of it.
And look at the other definitions or references. It says, so for other uses, Satori. In the Wikipedia, Satori is a Japanese Buddhist term for awakening.
Yes.
Wake up and think clear. Comprehension, understanding is derived from the Japanese verb satoru. In the Zen Buddhist tradition, Satori refers to a deep experience of Kensho. And then we looked up Kensho, and it says it is usually translated as seeing one's true nature. That is a Buddha nature, or the nature of the mind. So Kensho is an initial insight or awakening, not full Buddhahood. It's to be followed by further training to deepen this insight and learn to express it in daily life. So if we can all have Kensho, then our lives will be better, maybe. But then you have to be in good conditions. Like you cannot be in poverty and get Kensho, I don't think.
Again, that's an ideal again.
We have to elevate everyone's wealth somehow.
There's books that are written, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, I think it's called, or Buddhism. That's more for the spirit. You can manifest it in the material, love thy neighbor. When you realize you've never left that vessel, so who's your neighbor? You, within. Now, to be of service to humanity, some people have offsprings, some 3 or 4. Some people have the obligation or commitment to be of service to humanity by running a company with 500 human beings that needs them or wants whatever they have to obtain from that. That's a different type of being of service to humanity. But
Joel.
Hey, Joel. So again, it's one of those things, when we read things with the senses, it's going beyond just the senses. So what does this mean? Does it serve me? Does it serve others? If a person goes with a simple platform that you're self-absorbed, then it's all about you. So then how does that serve me? Now, a person that says they're selfish or whatever, that's just being clever with oneself. The fact that you like to be of service to others is still about you. When a person looks in the mirror, it's always about me. When I talk, I'm just a student listening to myself yap. When I hear other people, I'm like, they're not giving enough oomph to the conversation, whether it's passion, more details, or whatever. But that's just my perception of it. So it's always about me. When somebody says it's not about them, I said, I guess you're misleading yourself. You know, in the Bible, it talks about two characters pointing fingers outwards. I never heard the serpent ever talk about, well, no, the serpent asked Eve quite clearly, did God say so? Why? Because Lord God's talking to Adam. But yet, how would they know that? Because maybe the Lord God was the serpent's husband and wife relationship. Could be. I'm speculating at that point. But what I get humans doing is they're pointing fingers. It's Satan's fault. It's Jesus. It's Jesus' responsibility. Nobody's here to save you. And if they are, for who? Who's the person that's being saved? The soul, the spirit, the flesh? The flesh is, we've been programmed in these vessels. As soon as they're born, it's starting an aging process. But to intercede by saying, well, I look different at 65, 35, 25, that's just the aging process. That's not time. Time, what we call time, is our gauges. The clock, the sun, the moon, those are signs. We use numbers to gauge those things, but it doesn't mean that's actually time itself. It could be an aging process because we use the word age in many different times. I even use the word times. Look at this. See how clever I even become with myself, but that's for me to learn. People to call me out, I'm like, no, I drive my own bus. You call yourself out. Challenge the self, whatever it is or isn't. You know, but people say, but I think I'm the body. I said, who's speaking? Oh, I think I'm not the body. Who's speaking? That's an inquirer. That's a person that's seeking, not searching. The seeker is always going inwards. The searcher is doing research. Again, search, written information, oral speech, which is fine. That brings value, but that tells you where you are, hence understand. Tells you where you are in your pursuit. Now, they might question me. I'm like, I'm not that important in the equation. I question ideals. I don't question individuals. That's of no interest to me. But for other people, it is, because they're too busy pointing fingers. Well, he's the one that's helping me. He's the one that's harming me. I said, when are you going to take your own sovereign being and work with it? Anyway, I went on.
I have a question for Dominic. So Satori is something spiritual or mental, but getting out of poverty is something physical. And yet we must get out of poverty if we want to achieve Satori, I would think. Maybe it's possible to be totally poor and attain some kind of understanding.
The more you are, Jaro, the closer you are to getting reconnected to the spirit. Why? Because most people pursue the material / evil world. They get caught up in the material. They think they're the physical. They think those kids are ours. No, that's just a gift. That's an offspring that who knows what's channeling through all that kind of stuff. Now, a person could turn around and say, but they're my kids. I said, but you never taught them how to breathe. You never taught them who digests the body once you eat their food based on their likes and dislikes. That's all programming. But the vessel already has its initial program. And for most humans, they don't have to worry about that. That's why when I tell people, I say, when you cut yourself, is the healing done from within or from without? If it's done from within, then you could play with the ideal of what life and death is. Death is the outside realm. Just because you see things and moving around, that doesn't mean that's alive. It's movement. Moment. You know, you want to look at all the words with the word meant in it. Now, man, whatever that is or isn't to some people, is it there to serve you? Well, if you're not interested in it, well, then it's going to have to put obstacles in front of you. That's why a lot of people follow all the different dogmas, because they think God is outside, which could be. I look at everything that's created. I don't see any humans that are creating. I see people replanting trees, but I don't see anybody actually making the tree. Go ahead, Jaro.
Hey, I have a question for Dominic. So if you were given, well, I use the word Satori because of the word sudden. And so I said, if you were given suddenly, like in a Satori way, $500,000, and how would you allocate it? And would you, and maybe if you were to use 100,000 of it to help others, maybe get out of poverty, how would you do that?
That's too big of a leap, Jaro, because I respect money and all its values. I just don't always feel as though I have to obtain it. So now you're asking me many questions within that question. If I obtain $500,000, I could ask all kinds of questions. What kinds of currency is it? And at the same time, who do you think I should be helping? You know, like, and for what reason? You know, because if I understand the value of money, I also have to understand the value of human behavior. If I start feeding one cat, do I have to feed them all now? This is the question. It's like telling me I'm at a poker table, Dom, you have $1 million and you have pocket aces. I got to at least understand how I got there. Is it one of those tables where if I start actually betting and only one person can take all the money, of course I'm going to bet. But if it's one of those things I can walk away at any moment, $1 million, I'm out of there. Why? Because I value what it can and cannot do. Most people only think about what they think it can do. It cannot bring you happiness. It cannot make friends with you. That's something that's outside of things such as material possession. Even that, money is just an IOU. It's always been an IOU. So when my buddies say, Dominic, I value money, I said, that's fine. But if you think you need money, that's delusional. Maybe what you can buy can be one of your needs or wants. Because most people forget you're feeding the body with food and shelter, but that's not who you are. But you have to go inwards to seek that and realize, well, then who does the breathing when I go to sleep? That's not you. That's the vessel. But if a person thinks they're the same, I said, then you're going to learn the wonderful world of suffering called attachments. You're attached to something that if you do some investigation, it'll just give you more questions. But most people think there has to be an answer, an outcome. 2 + 2 is 4. Meanwhile, 100 minus 98. Actually, 100 minus 96 gives you 4. 4 plus 0 gives you 4. 2 times 2 gives you 4. How many different possibilities can a human being obtain in one lifespan? And until they actually do that inquiry, what they're doing is they're being hand-fed with written work and speech. Even me, when I'm speaking now, I'm speaking for me, because within me, there's many teachers. From without, there's only one. What? I'm going to go to school where a teacher's sitting there in front of me. I said, no, you're the professor. You're there to be the student. Everybody else is here for marks.
I have a question for Dominic.
No, ask others too, please. It's not for me.
Okay, and for anyone else, like with $100,000, I'm trying to figure out how I could help reduce world hunger. I guess that's not very much.
One of the things, 2023 at $100,000 isn't like 1923, $100,000.
So could I like create a foundation, like seed money, that out of $100,000, it would continue, and then after by 2030, I would have eliminated world hunger?
I would suggest studying the Lutherans.
The Lutherans?
Yes, they have a fund that does a lot of good work. Let me see. And then there's also another group called Samaritan's Purse, but Lutheran.
By the way, welcome Sumaira Imran to Wake Up and Think Clearly, where I'm trying to wake up and think clearly here. I'm still sleepy. No, maybe my waking up was kind of Satori-like, was sudden. Well, I was in a state of sleep, and then suddenly I woke up. Isn't that sudden? What do you think, Joel?
I think Sumaria is Justin. Good morning, Justin.
Justin, that's his alternate name.
Hey, Jaro, quick question. The person just received $500,000, but you have a $600,000 debt. There's a simple answer. What do you think, if they're wise enough, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to pay off their bills. Again, it all depends on your perception. The person that thinks $100,000 is not a lot, but meanwhile, somebody else says, I've never made $10,000. So it's all each individual person. And then this is how we get into this intellectual imagination game, where how can we truly speak on behalf of billions of people? A person that wants to be attached to this world, and all of a sudden Jesus and Muhammad or Buddha comes around and said, no, you're not aware how attached you are to this realm. That's why when people talk about things like, I want to live off the grid, no, they're not really trying to be abstaining from humanity. What they're trying to do is run away from certain obligation, electricity, Wi-Fi. I want to live off the grid, but yet have my car. I said, that's a clever human being at that point. They're not aware. They're still sleeping. Now, they could turn around and say they can have all these different degrees. I said, the English language has 5 degrees built in it. We're not going to talk about masonry where 33 degrees is still a child's game, but a person would have to actually go inwards. This is why when certain things are written or spoken, the spirit can say, listen, I was there. I can communicate with you. That's why when you hear in the Bible, yeah, we'll take you into dark places where how men are making all these plots and these agendas. Because that's the spirit. It's around us constantly. It's called air, prana, chi. And it harmonizes with everything. Now, whether that's God or that's the essence of God, I'm not concerned about all of that. It's the message I get from it. That's like when somebody says, a guy named Jesus. Okay, I won't believe until I see it. I said, no, when you see something, now you know. Doesn't mean you have discernment. So I don't care who wrote the Bible, who wrote the Quran and all that. As long as I read it, I can apply discernment to the whatever's been written, not on the guy that's Jesus or Socrates or Joan of Arc. That means fuck all to me. To me, but for other people, that's more valuable
I have
than. Okay,
another
go ahead, John.
question.
I went on again.
So you raised some good points that it depends on the person's situation. If given $500,000, he may have $600 of debt. But let's say he's pretty much under control, and so he could use maybe 400,000 of it for himself, and then 100,000 to maybe put a dent on world hunger. So I'm thinking maybe we have to go where there's the greatest need, and then eliminate that hunger, maybe in sub-Saharan Africa or something like that, or maybe in India or something, I don't know. And how do we gauge how successful we are? That by saying that the communities have gotten out of hunger, and count how many there are in that community and say, well, we did this and by this time and things like that.
Sometimes you have to acknowledge there are places in the world where things just aren't going to grow. When Carthage was sacked, they literally salted the earth. The reason why in Mesopotamia that agriculture slowly failed over time, and thus the civilizations built and based upon those civilizations sort of faded away, is because of the salts that were building up in the soils over the ages.
Salt. Wow. So the river bed just kept throwing salt all around its areas, and so things couldn't grow. Maybe. I wonder why that didn't happen in Egypt. They developed something to keep the salt from getting in. I don't know.
The sources are different because Mesopotamia has big mountains. Tigris and Euphrates, they come from what may have been. They may have salts within those mountains, and then the water runs through.
There was an area in India that maybe that happened to it, like Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. That must have been a flourishing civilization, and now it's gone. And the river's gone. That where it was.
Jarrell, I did share before that humans, whether they're aware or not, are self-absorbed. The reason why people would give money or think that they use their imagination by offering some poor people money or somebody money is because they're being self-absorbed still. It's all about them. Now, a person can turn around and say, why or how did a person become poor? If most people, if they're honest with themselves, they would turn around and say, well, I'm not interested in understanding why they became poor. Then why would you be interested in helping them? This is the savior complex. Where if a person says, but get to know them. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, there. You're trying to say something, Justin. Go ahead.
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, hello,
Okay.
hello everyone.
Hello.
Everyone. How are you?
Welcome.
Hope you are all well.
Yeah.
My name is Justin, and I'm from Pakistan in Punjab, state of Punjab.
Yeah.
So, Brother Rami, thank you so much. You had me in this group. So, I wanna know about your talking because I'm in a late in your conversation. So I want to know about what is the topic in this group and in this live chat, please.
Yes, we started off early considering Satori, that's like sudden enlightenment, and we looked at the definition. Then we went here and there, and then
Oh.
I tried to get a new topic to consider how to with only $100,000 how to best put a dent on world hunger and poverty, something like that. So I'm thinking about how I would do it. And Rami suggested buy some land and put refugees there and kind of help them thrive there, and then put a website and show it to others, see if they get an idea of how to do it in their areas. I don't know. That sounds pretty good.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
How's the
Thank you.
weather in
Yes.
Pakistan?
Which I
Hot?
didn't tell.
Is it hot in Pakistan?
Pakistan's condition is very not good because of the earlier in this week Sweden burning the Quran. You know about this news? You know about this news? Sweden
No.
burning the Sweden burning the Quran. So that's why here is condition. Pakistan condition is not good.
Oh, Sweden, the country of Sweden.
Yeah.
They something about Grant.
They burning the Quran.
Someone
The,
in Sweden burned a copy of the Quran in front of a mosque. And people in Pakistan are rioting about this.
Yeah. So everywhere condition is not good, but I'm saved. So thank God. Thanks God.
Thank God. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
I did not know.
Yeah. I think my signal problem error. So please continue.
I want to give a little background with regard to Hiro's group. This is called Wake Up and Think Clearly. And Hiro's been doing this since at least 2000. And then he's been recording the sessions. We used to manually record them, but they've been streaming since late 2022 at least. Is that correct? Or 2021? Direct stream to YouTube.
Wow. Yeah, I recently started streaming to YouTube. So I got a bunch on YouTube Live. So you can go to the channel and go to live, and there they are. So you can look at past episodes and get great knowledge from us wise beings.
Well, or wise
Or
guys.
trying
I'm
to
not
be.
sure what
Or-
exactly.
Or wise guys. And
This is just an opportunity for us to come together, and maybe sometimes we'll armchair philosopher, but we're all amateurs here.
yes,
And I think it's important to think in terms of ends. What is the end? What is the that's something called teleology, which is to look at things not necessarily from their origin, but from their end. That way we can be focused in achieving whatever it is our ends turn out to be, or actually are. For instance, Joel's a great example. If you see the game board behind him, he's always trying to get people to join him and to play this game that he's developed. It's quite impressive. He and Dominic both are in Toronto, which is the most populated city across North America.
wow. I did not know that Toronto was so populous. The most populous in Canada, maybe?
I think so. I'm not sure. Sumaria, I'd be very honored if you ever wanted to play the game because no one from Pakistan has ever played the game before. You would be the first person to ever play. I have played with people from Sierra Leone and the Canary Islands, all over Europe and the United States, of course, but no one from Pakistan. And I understood, maybe I'm probably wrong, but I thought the Punjab was part of India, but you say no, it's part of Pakistan. I'm not.
No. I tell you about this. When the partition Hindustan and Pakistan, when the partition in Hindustan and Pakistan, one part of Punjab in Pakistan and second part of Punjab in India.
Oh, okay. So Punjabi is a common language between Pakistan and India.
Can you hear me?
It's not entirely in one country or the other.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Thank you for explaining that.
Yes. So one part of one part of Punjab in Pakistan, and the other is India.
Okay.
So there are Punjabis that are mainly Hindu, maybe, and Punjabis that are mainly Muslim, maybe. I'm guessing.
You're unfortunately muted, Justin.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Here in Punjab, in almost in Muslims.
Mm.
Do you have family on the India side?
No, I'm in Pakistan.
I understand. What I'm asking is, before 1948, this was all one part of a larger politically governed territory. So, do you have cousins in India? Is, I guess, what I'm asking.
Or
Signal is away.
distant connections in India. Do you have?
It might be best to stay away from personal questions, actually. We should probably keep things abstract and not make it about ourselves, whatever it is we're discussing. That's probably the safest way to go.
Oh, he disappeared. Okay. Oh, Dominic disappeared.
It is 8:55 a.m. Are we going to continue this for another hour or two, or are we going to go off and make breakfasts?
Oh, breakfast sounds good.
Ah, good. He's back. Oh, he's gone again. It must be an internet connectivity issue.
And connection. The internet. Wow.
I'm willing to stick it out till 9 a.m. If he comes up, I think we should ask him what's on his mind, give him that opportunity. Because I think the fun of this is actually in the doing it, not necessarily going back and listening, even though I try to do that with each episode. I don't succeed.
Yes. Yes, when I go back and listen, I say, wow, these guys are brilliant.
I don't know that I'm so impressed, but that's okay.
Oh. Oh, I have to admit him. Mm,
So Jairo, don't you watch the news at all?
No.
Oh, okay. That's why you didn't know about the riots in Pakistan over the Sweden issue.
Wow, you're so informed.
I'm just a little bit au courant.
You're just a little bit au courant. Is that a French word?
Oui. Oui, je parle français, mais seulement un peu phrase.
Wow.
Bravo. Which I think is Italian. But also,
Or Spanish.
I'm sorry. The here is the weather is very.
you might want to turn off your video. Jairo is having internet connectivity in his home, northwest of myself in
I switched to the laptop.
Florida.
No, this is a desktop that looks like a laptop. Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys. Nice to meet you, Samira. Nice to see you guys.
Thank
And
you,
hope everybody
Joe.
finds Satori.
Thank you, Joe. It's always a pleasure. May you win your Vinci game. No, you have many winnings, many participants, many game players. Maybe create a video game version of Vinci. With guns and shooting and explosions.
Oh my goodness, do we have to do that? Can it just remain abstract? I've played a lot of chess, but I don't think in terms of what it would mean in reality to take a piece off the board. Actually, I do know what it means. It means that piece is captured because you can always take a pawn, and if you get it to the back row, you can trade the pawn for a more valuable piece. It just means that they're taken off the game, but they're never actually destroyed.
No.
No.
Okay.
Hmm.
I want popcorn.
That's right.
I want 8, please. I want 8, please.
Go ahead. No. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Press start.
And
Making some micro.
oh, you remember Yale Wang? I posed this question to Yale Wang, more or less. I said, I want to feed the hungry. How much money do I need to feed the hungry? And so Yale Wang, he went over all the different areas of the world, and so different areas of the world have different amounts of money required. Like in sub-Saharan Africa, it costs about $600 a year to feed a family, while in the Indian subcontinent, it costs about $750. In about 1/3 of the world, an individual can survive on less than 230. Costs are per year. Here in Canada, unless you go on a special diet, it takes about 4,000 to 16,500 per year to feed 2 adults. My parents managed to survive on about 500 to 800 per year. Oh, that's Yale Wang's parents. Wow. If they eat out a bit, then it might increase to 900 to 1,200 a year. So $100,000 would feed approximately 120 families for 1 year in the developing world, and much less in the developed. But how can I use 100,000? How can it be better used to generate food for the hungry all over the world, to end world hunger for good, or maybe inspire something to happen to end it. I wonder. What? Oh, let's see if I can pull up a Kindle book. Do I have Kindle on this computer? Let's see. Yes, I'll pull up a book. Maybe this will give me a clue to how to end world hunger with only $100,000. Let's see. Oh, I gotta sign in to my Kindle account. I haven't used it. Oh, sorry. I was having technical difficulties with my Kindle. It had me close. Let's see if I can sign in this time. And in the password. Oh man, it's not working. Maybe I can use the cloud version, or maybe I use it on the phone. Do I have Kindle on this phone? Let me see. Where's my Kindle app on this phone? There it is. Start reading. Syncing your account, because I want to open up a book on how to understand the mind. How to understand. Understand. That's not. Understand.
So is your internet is it
There it is.
is it microwave based? Because you wrote that because the weather here, network so poor signal. So is there microwave transmission? Is that how you're getting your internet? Or some other like?
Yeah, but Rami, here is the weather is not good because
Now, when you say weather, you're referring to the meteorological weather? Are you talking about political climate? Because I know these are two separate challenges that we all face one way or another.
I can't listen your voice.
Okay. I'm going to step away for a bit because I have to attend to my wife, but I shall return.
Let's see. Poverty. Let's see if I can find it. No, I can't find it. Let's see, where was it? Let's see. Help. Just looking. Help other sentient beings. That's not help. Nope. Well, maybe it's merit. Merit? I'm looking for a passage in this book. Oh, we'll never accumulate righteous actions. Meritorious. Maybe it's merit. That's not it. Let's see. Hmm. I don't know. I'm looking for a passage in this book that really impressed me, but now I can't find it. Oh, feed. The word feed.
My
Maybe-
wife,
Oh, no, that's not it.
my wife wanted me to show off the grinder to the people, and it'll be in the recording. Where'd the box go?
I don't,
Here it is. I
No.
must have.
Oh,
moved it.
dear.
no, show off the grinder, not the box.
Oh, you gotta start with the box. This is a Gourmet grind and brew coffee maker box. It says this
Wow.
original details for 159, and the sticker said 55.50 on clearance. But then when we got to the register, it was actually 44.10.
Hmm.
I'm gonna make some apples.
That's the box.
Yes.
There's the actual item that was in the box.
Hmm.
And now I'm gonna make some actual coffee before Stacy goes actually nuts.
Yeah,
So-
my wife doesn't like hearing voices for about the first, well, most of her life. She'd be happy.
It's enough.
You want me to show off the thing?
Please shut it off.
I'm gonna.
Oh. Okay. So I'm trying to find, where was it? Where could it be? Hmm. The passage, let's see if I can remember what the passage said. Hmm. It said something to the effect of, if you were to feed everyone in the world, you would not gain as much merit as by simply I don't know, wishing everyone in the world to be happy. I don't know, something like that. But by mentally giving compassion mentally, you would benefit you more. That's the thing. Benefit. I know that it occurs in the beginning of the book. Not too much in the beginning. Let's see. It's in here. Or maybe, oh, maybe it was in another book. Yeah, I think it was in the other book. In the book called 8 Steps to Happiness. 8 Steps to Happiness. There it is. It was in right there. It's opening. So let's see, just go to the beginning and then go. Let's put the word poor. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, give. Oh, feed. Feed. Let's see, feed. No. Maybe I could look it up on the internet. Hmm. Hmm. As much merit as feed. Kadampa. 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 Hmm. 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 Now this is. I'll keep looking. Well, I could. Oh, I could. Let's see. I could get over here and go to what's it? Cloud Reader. Cloud Reader. Read that Amazon.com. Sign in with your account. What did I sign in? Oh, password. Book. One. Yeah. No. Let's see if that one works. Oh shit. X. 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 T. H Z W T Y R. No. Oh, password is incorrect. Right. There. A Z F. Right. Now I got in. Update the password. Okay, so maybe I could screen share. Start screen sharing. Is this where I'm at? Let's see. Share. Okay, so in the book. So if I can do a search. See, oh, sorry. So go to, let's type in feed the hungry. No. Hungry. No. Moving and living pure. Hungry ghost. Beaver's hungry. Hungry ghost. Hungry. Hungry ghost. Hungry ghost. Nothing about the hungry people. What about poverty? What about hunger? Thirst and hunger for many hundreds of years. No. What about poverty? The suffering of extreme calamity. Prevent. No, I can't. I can't seem to find it. Let's try another book. Let's see. Let's try 8 Steps to Happiness. Huh? Try this one. Oh, what? Yeah. What? Well, maybe it's because I have it open in another Kindle. There. Now I should be able to open it. Oh. Oh. What? Oh, shoot. I can't seem to open that one. That's weird. You have exceeded the limit on the number of devices that can read this item. Deregister. That's weird. But if I open it, the Kindle here, if I open my Kindle in this phone, and what do I do? How am I miscut? Permanently delete? No. Remove from home? No. I can't remove download. Yeah. Now let's see if I can open it. No, I may have to refresh. Let's see. No, I can't open it. That's weird. Let's try it. I'm downloading it from this phone too. That's weird. Okay, we got Kindle in here. Yeah, Kindle. Let's see if I can delete it from here. Oh, oh, I have to sign in. Oh. Yeah. Names. Show password. No, it's not showing password. Yeah. No. Sign in. Are they gonna work? Yeah. Then I go to the library and then I go to 8 Steps. Oh, this one wasn't open.
I think.
Worse.
Can I put it in your,
No.
the reason why I asked if I can put it, may I finish my sentence? There's a whole bunch of wet things kind of set on top of each other.
Is it the same?
Over your brown mug.
Is it the same size?
It is the same size as Jack and Sally mug.
No, it's not.
Well, it's close, but you know what? I mean,
Here's the
you're,
black one.
See if I can mute. There we go. I muted. Let's see. So wonder. I'll look for it on the phone. Maybe it's under merit. Merit. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
thank you for your patience, my friend.
Mhm. Yep, find it. Wonder where I could be. Hmm.
I first had the lid shut by my wife.
Oh,
Then
what?
I appeased my wife by making her coffee. And in between, I was practicing the art of dishwashing. Harold?
What does Christianity, or maybe put it a better way, what does the gospel
Hmm.
say about poverty, as in, what to do about it? Hmm.
Well, first of all, Jesus said that the poor will always be with us.
Hmm.
Because I mean, think in terms of homelessness. I mean, mostly those suffering from mental afflictions and or drug addictions probably make up the bulk of the houseless.
Tell your lovely Hiro about the crazy phone call we got yesterday.
There is a young woman. Let me see. I actually pinned.
No, tell him how this happened. Hey,
My wife is currently a resident of Osceola.
wife,
Not my wife.
it's right here.
Sorry for confusing my wife and my mother. Boy,
Don't ever do that.
isn't that messed up?
Might get hunted.
Well, anyhow, we received a phone call yesterday from one
Idiot.
Tarigua Inaru. And let me before I go any further,
And I know it was her because I remember the name.
right? Let me pull up her name and pull up some of her works. She's 29 from Orlando. And let me give you first in a good light.
No, there's never a good light.
Oh no, because she's actually there's a person, I don't know if it's the same person, but there's a person by the same name who has literally written some books. I don't know if she's named after her or if it's just an example of different people with same names, but I found 2 books on Buddhism by this particular person. Here's an excellent example. Let me see. I have to add the word books. But before I do that, let me go ahead and share screen. All right, and I'm just going to add books.
Waves.
And here we go. Exploring consciousness. Yes. Okay, Exploring Consciousness. Science and Technology of Consciousness is a course at Maharishi International University taught by John Collins, explores transcendental meditation and the theoretical foundation for higher states of consciousness. This book contains Teraguha Inaru's responses to select class discussions. Interesting, huh? So it's a book published January 3rd of 2022. Okay. Nonfiction, psychology theory is one category. Nonfiction, religion, spirituality, body, mind, and spirit. Parapsychology, out-of-body experience. Sounds interesting, right? Reflections on Buddhism through its scriptures. Oh, this is another book. Same person. How would you pronounce that name? Teraguha Inaru? I hope I'm not messing her name up too badly. Buddhism Through Its Scriptures is a class by Harvard X, and Buddhism Through Its Scriptures, Dr. Charles Hallesley taught students how to interpret Buddhist teachings from a personal and academic viewpoint. This book contains Teraguha Inaru's responses to select class discussions.
Wow. She just goes to class and then asks some questions or something, and turns them into a book.
You were talking about channeling earlier, and apparently this person, who was it? Dominic had mentioned earlier about previously we, how was it put? He said it wasn't necessarily written down first, but it was spoken, and this tends to be the case, right? And here we have 2 books coming through one woman, Teraguha Inaru's responses to select class discussions. I don't know if they're actually her discussions or if she's the pretty face that they decided to assign these answers to, but let's assume that indeed it is coming from this person whose name is this person. Here's a website called womendeservebetter.com. Let me see. Contributors. Here she is. Here's a nice picture of her, right? From Better Choices, Better Life. This is essentially, it's a website created by the Feminists for Life of America. Dominic also mentioned that the feminine explores the unknown. Okay, so here's a woman who apparently in her 20s had some really interesting answers, enough interesting answers to create 2 books within the realm of Buddhism. And this was a woman who was channeling some ideas. And also, here's a write-up of that very same woman.
Again, I don't know if they're the same two people. Perhaps they are.
Wow.
Hi, Danny. Hi, Danny.
Hi, son. We received a phone call yesterday from a woman, not this woman, but she asked if we knew this woman, or rather, how was it put? The very nice sounding woman on the line asked if we could take a phone call from her yesterday. Because my mother is staying at the same corrections department. Yes. My mother's another woman who's never been afraid to lean into the unknown. Maybe it's where I get it from. From about May 11th until June 1st, when her sister was supposed to take over but was unable to, I was shuttling my mother from extended stay hotel and motel to extended stay of the same, finally ending at the Econo Lodge in Kissimmee. And when her one surviving sister was supposed to come pick her up at the first, because she said she'd be there at the end of the month, I wasn't able to help her any further because the one funding all the hotel stays was her ex-husband, my father. So she stayed there for about 13 hours waiting for her younger sister, who never showed up. And then about 2 a.m, started banging on the glass because her checkout time was 11 a.m. And then by then it was 1, 2 a.m., something like that. Some point after midnight, she was picked up and arrested at 2:34 a.m. for trespassing. She's been a guest of Osceola County since that time. And the reason why I cannot, I couldn't afford to help her anymore, actually, is what it came down to. I couldn't afford her to begin with, except that I had to. And I had the means through my father, through his funding, to at least get her into 3, 4 different extended stay places. My mom quitclaimed the deed of the house that she and my father purchased in 1990 because she's full of not very good decisions, my mother, unfortunately. And also, if you've ever experienced a woman at her worst, it's like she became at her worst and then the knob was ripped off and thrown away. My wife says that my description doesn't. Yeah, she's saying that. Right, my wife, who's doing PMS right now, says that's putting a bad light on PMS. PMS is not that bad. It's correct. Let me put it this way. My mother, the pituitary gland is sort of at the base of the brain, I think, or maybe it's in the neck, and it controls hormones. And what my mother has is a growth on her pituitary gland that's 4 times the size of the gland. And she has rational moments, but most of her time is spent in argument with anyone with whom she's around, or maybe it's just me. But she's been very good to me in that she's provided me with a challenge every moment that I've interacted with her throughout the month of May. It's now July 8th, so she's been there. This would be what, her 6th or 7th week now that she's spending there, and she'll be there at least, perhaps, hopefully, she's still there, but she'll be there at least until her court date, which comes in September or October. And it's really a gift that the people of Orange County have given our family, because at least it's a safe or somewhat controlled place. But my mother has somehow apparently been in contact with this woman, because this woman attempted to call us. Yeah, it's possible that she's bunking with this woman. Or what?
The dorm unit.
A dorm unit,
'Cause
yeah.
They can walk around day rooms.
There you go. So apparently they've been talking, and the woman who has been accused of trying to hire hitmen to kill her family for a $2 million inheritance attempted to reach out to us, probably because my mother asked her to.
Hi, mommy. Right.
That's the kind of message my mother would send to my wife and I, who have, remember, children. Yeah.
No, I'm not freaked out at all.
I don't know if you heard my wife. And by the way, this isn't the only woman who's done that. Don't think she's unique. Women accused of trying to hire hitmen to murder the wife of the man she met on Match.com.
But see, here's the thing. If
That's a
she can
different
give
person.
out the phone number, what stops her from giving out the address too?
Right. How do we know that former inmates won't be convinced to show up at our door? How do you contend with that?
So I want to fucking move in the state.
Well, here's Faith. The reason why she's currently in jail, the reason why she was
Wait,
she's currently has a court date awaiting her, is because the inmates who she tried to offer $50,000 to, they're the ones who turned her in.
I just like. That's why I want to move away from this. At least this house.
Yeah, she wants a new address.
Yeah, it's not even the state or the neighborhood. It's the fucking address.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want it anymore because your mother knows it. The phone number I can change, or I can just block.
It's a very interesting relationship. The daughter-in-law, mother-in-law
No, it's
relationship.
not. It's pitiful.
Well,
What it
this
is.
one particularly, I mean, this is not a Ruth type situation. Well, in that case, the bride
There ain't enough
stroke
time
son
to explain to you how I
passed
feel about
away.
this woman.
I think that was Boaz. No, it was Boaz was the second husband. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Anyway,
I just don't want this address anymore. At all.
so when you say $100,000 or $500,000, yeah, we'd be quite happy to. In fact, we've spent at least a few hours searching for places north and south of here within the state, and then also within the middle of the
I
country.
mean, I don't
To
mind
find a
staying in the
homestead.
state because I know I'm trapped here because you're obsessed with Orlando and so is your family. But or Florida, I should say. But I don't want this address anymore because your mother knows it and has it whole burned in her fucking brain.
Right, one of the few things that she can remember. She's been suffering from signs of dementia at least for the last 7 years.
I believe it's cancer on the brain.
Yeah, my wife thinks she has brain cancer.
Can you clean my glasses, please?
Sure.
Are you hungry?
It could just be a genetic sort of trait.
No.
No, you think it's real
It's
actual brain cancer? We don't know how to explain it. We don't know how to get help.
Because we can't get medical power because she
refuses to grant it to us, and we don't have like the $3,500 that would take to
lawyer to get it.
Yeah, you gotta get a lawyer to write all this paperwork, and it goes before a 3-judge panel to acquire, what is it called, the guardianship?
Yeah. But see, we don't want guardianship of her because that means we're legally responsible for what
Well,
she does.
I mean, I wouldn't mind splitting the guardianship to make wife
Here's
a
the problem.
financial guardian and my brother a medical guardian.
Here's the problem. You don't want to take guardianship of her because then we're legally responsible for what she does.
Well, I figure she has 2 sons, and we ought to be able to split the responsibility. If only I can get my brother to.
Your brother doesn't do jack.
He does some things.
He smokes weed and drinks.
It's unfortunate, but I'm not going to judge
And
him.
it's not coffee that he drinks.
Well, that's the trouble with what has happened with Central Florida. It's difficult to not go down a road, like a public thoroughfare, a state road, for instance.
Yard,
Right, even
which is why I don't even go outside.
without the public thoroughfare smelling of of burning wet trash. And it's why I've been critical of our other frequenter, because the trouble with that particular substance specifically is that the people who take it tend to speak. They tend to speak on behalf of the plant. The plant is
Controlling everything.
the plant appears to be interested in having more of its kind on Earth, and it does that by being pleasant to smoke.
And I can tell you with Southwest, it makes you hungry and stupid.
Makes you hungry and stupid, huh?
No, it's
While giving you the illusion, right?
it's good for people who like have
Cancer, who can't eat,
yeah, or have
glaucoma.
yeah, that too. Or eating disorder.
Oh, okay. If they're
Because
anorexic,
you can't stop eating.
Right.
That stuff.
okay.
And whether you want to
Well,
not eat or whatever,
yeah.
you just eat.
Well, there's a consciousness altering substance,
Yeah.
but it not just
Now,
consciousness.
if I ever get
It's a-
cancer, I'm
It
gonna go-
alters several things,
If
right?
I ever get cancer and they tell me I'm terminal and whatever else, I'm gonna go on weed as opposed to morphine. Because
Right.
at least then I'll be able to be around my kids.
Right.
On morphine, I'll be like,
You won't even be there.
oh, did she was pretty this week. I'm looking at it.
That's why reality is such
See
an
the
interesting
color?
topic,
Oh,
because
you
even
can see
people who aren't on controlled substances still will have their own model of the universe. Now, those substances, the chemistry, its effect upon ourselves can alter our consciousnesses. But even without drugs, people have different forms of consciousness because everyone has had unique experiences. We all exist, as Yale Wang has stated, in these liminal spaces.
Unique, mortifying, whatever.
Unique, mortifying. My wife's set of experiences before we met were radically different from my set of experiences before we met.
You lived in daisies and flower beds.
Yes, and we know by our experiences.
I would love to have lived your life. Absolutely adored it. Went crazy, mama, all the food I could eat.
Well, one thing unites all of us is that we all have problems.
Some of us have candy problems, and some of us would rather show a spike into our butt.
To the degree to which we are problem solvers, and not just problem solvers, but effective problem solvers. I mean, problems that don't create more problems, if you know what I mean. I'd say that is a measure, or a way, at least a way to measure
I
the
do have
success
to
of
call
one's
the
life.
jail in Monday.
Mhm.
Because I at least want to, even though they're probably not going to do a damn thing,
Mhm.
I at least want to put it on record
Mm-hmm.
that we were called.
Mm-hmm.
And she is not supposed to call
Right.
or have people contact us. I think I might have to come back down and get a
Well, I don't think that we're gonna have, because when my wife said she didn't recognize this person's name, the person who called us said, "Oh, okay, thank you," and then hung up.
no, I don't think we're gonna have a call. I think we're gonna have a knock on the door.
Umbrella.
Yep.
It was for umbrella.
I have a question for Rami.
Go ahead.
So at the beginning of this episode, I like the word episode. It's a great question, or you acknowledged that it was a great question, and something about what you would do. It started off before that, something about how was your week, and I got a lot of things done,
and a lot of work done, but there's work to be done. Still work to be done.
He sounds very different today.
Yes.
And
Did he change his mic? Because he sounds.
Yeah, it's a
like-
different device.
what
Go ahead.
work was the question? Something like, what work would you like to be done on you? No, something. I forget. That needs to be done, that you need to be done on yourself or something like that. I forget the question. Maybe we could go back to YouTube Live and see if I can move the cursor or the red dot all the way to the beginning. If it's still there. No. What was that question? That was a great question.
You need to go make food.
I have to make breakfast. We may have to continue this off of Zoom, but perhaps within Facebook Messenger. Or is it called Meta Messenger
Tell
now?
him to go get a coffee grinder. and shh.
What was that? Harry Gill.
Let's go.
All right. Yeah, that's our friend Justin, who joined us for the first time today.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks for inviting him.
And yeah, I hope he comes back.
We learned that there is rioting in Pakistan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been going on for a little bit.
Over something
Let's
something
not judge.
mentioned in Sweden. A Swedish.
Yeah, over something that happened in Sweden. So I mean, who's our neighbor?
Let me explain. I need food and more coffee.
Gotta go.
Hmm.
Have a wonderful morning, and we'll catch you on the
He will be here next weekend.
next weekend. Hopefully, we'll be
Hopefully.
most likely we'll be in
No.
Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay.
Try
And I
again.
think if I'm not
Wow.
mistaken, Dawn is joining us.
Wow. Okay, thank you very much.
Most likely it's he's being drug up there whether she's there or not.
My
Thank
wife.
you, Stacy, for
By his little ears. Hi, my hips are out again, and so is my back.
So I'm gonna go take care of her.
Thank you for sharing that lady that wanted to kill her parents for a little bit of money. Wow. I wonder. Now I can try again to search. Let's see. Oh, I can't. Let's see if I can go back. Let's see. Oh, there's some. If I can continue. Okay. I'm trying to sign in. I can sign in. I can't see this challenge. Wait. Is that what that says? Let's put this on. That didn't work. No, I can't read this. Why do they make it so hard? I can't believe that they have to do this so that some robot can't read it. I thought it was in this book. Well, maybe it's not in that book. I'll try again in this book. Well, the other book I can get in. So I have to look in here. Let's look at feed. Therefore, without the body, we should feed it. Only one hunger. Oh, shit. Hunger. Hunger. We have a girl. Oh, shit. That's not merit. Hmm. 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 Hunger. I can't seem to find it. Let's see. Let's see. In what book does I don't think that's the. It's not gonna work. Maybe it's she can. Yes. Oh, okay, here it is. Oh shit! What happened?
Critical alert from Microsoft.
Oh,
Your computer has alerted us that it is infected by a virus and/or spyware. This virus may be sending your credit card details, Facebook login, and personal emails to hackers remotely. Please call us immediately at the toll-free number listed, so that our support engineers can walk you through the
wow, can
removal
you
process
imagine that?
over the phone. If you close this page before calling us, we will be forced to disable your computer to prevent further damage to our network. Error number 268D3. Critical alert from Microsoft. Your computer has alerted us that it is infected by a virus and/or spyware. This virus may be sending your credit
Stop
card
sharing.
details, Facebook login, and personal emails to hackers remotely.
Wow.
Please call us immediately at the toll-free number listed, so that
Wow,
our support engineers can walk you through the removal process over the phone. If you close this page before calling us, we will be forced to disable your computer to prevent further damage to our network. Error number 268D3. Critical alert from Microsoft. Your computer has alerted us that it is infected by a virus and/or spyware. This virus may be sending your credit card details, Facebook login, and personal emails to hackers remotely. Please call us immediately at the toll-free number listed, so that our support engineers can walk you through the removal process over the phone. If you close this page before calling us, we will be forced to disable your computer to prevent further damage to our network. Error number 268D3.
Let's see. Did we already get to the test part here? I forget how to do this. Test manager. Let's see if I can close the Google Chrome. There we go. Damn. Ah. What happened? Now what browser am I using? I think I'm gonna have to install Malwarebytes. That's what I was gonna do the other day. So let's see if I can share screen and show you how I'm gonna do it.
Let me see. And I'm going to go to Malwarebytes, right? I think I can just download it here. That's a good place to put it. So, and then I'm going to okay, so I'm going to see if I can do this. Oh, I already got Malwarebytes free. See, wonder if I sign in. How do I sign in to Malwarebytes? I see. I think I already support. Let's see. I think I got Malwarebytes. Maybe I can check my email. There's my activation key. So I should go to the control panel. And then install programs and go to Malwarebytes. And uninstall it. Oh, that version was installed a few days ago. Hopefully. Installing. Install. And we're going to install premium Malwarebytes, right? And according to my email, I have a it shouldn't show this. That's don't look at this. Oh, cover this quick. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't share this. Now you can rewind it and get my key. So what do I do? Okay, so I'm going to install Malwarebytes. After it's uninstalled, let's see if I uninstalled it already. It looks like it's uninstalled. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see it. So I go over here. Ah. Let's see, right here. Oh, whoa. That's not where that should go. There it is. I gotta run that one. And so first I want to run advanced uninstaller pro, and then I wonder if I can get someone else to join me for this. Maybe I could come. Well, let's see. I wonder if I could come. Where's Del Pino? Let's see. Running system tray. Also, before I run that, I should close. Copy that. Open a notepad. There, just a few things. And get closed all of this. There's a lot of memory. Okay, so now I'm going to run it. Oh. No good. Okay, so it's good. Now I'm going to, let's see, how do I install this? With the Advanced Uninstaller Pro. Monitoring is disabled, so I go monitor and installation. Okay, so that's ready. Okay, so I go to there, and then there it is. Okay, so it's taking the registry snapshot. Let me show you. It's taking the registry snapshot. No, I can't show you. Maybe it's this there. There we go. I'm showing it is taking a registry snapshot of the installation. before doing the installation, it's going to take a registry snapshot. As you can see, it's, I guess it's, what would you say it's doing? It's going through every little, every little item on the registry and taking a snapshot of it. Wow. I wonder how much space that takes. I wonder how big a registry is. And would this snapshot be bigger than the registry? Anyway, let's see. Oh, I can't do much. Oh, you know what I'd like to do is go through a little bit of this book. This is an old book. Maybe it's 2008. Let's see. 2010, and it's made by this company, Rocks. Doesn't have a doesn't have a BD in it. I can join the discussion at this website, p2p.rocks, WROX.com. Rocks, programmer to programmer. That's what P2P means. I wonder if they're still around. WROX.com. Wiley. Maybe they changed to wiley.com. So here you can buy or rent textbooks, learn new subjects, improve student outcomes. It's got a website that's showing all the things you can do. What do you want to learn today? Shop now. Buy or rent textbooks, improve student outcomes. Review courses to help pass your next exam. Learn something new. So I go, learn something new. Shop our brands and imprints. Okay, so dummies. So, J.K. Lasser, John C. Bass or Bates. Okay, Wiley IEEE Press. Nothing. Okay, well, Wiley IEEE Press. Let's see, books. Buy our books. Let's see, why Wiley? We offer book imprints that allow you to upskill. Imprint publishing FAQs. What is an imprint in publishing? What is an imprint? An imprint is merely a trading name for a company that publishes a series of works. View Wiley's selection of publishers.
What is the difference between a publisher and an imprint? Now we cover with it. Okay, you may wonder what is the difference between from a publisher. The easiest way to define the two is that a publisher is a company and an imprint is a brand name. So maybe this is an imprint called Rocks. It's an imprint of Wiley. Yeah, there it says. Right there it said, right there. An imprint of Wiley. So, I skimmed through the book and so I'm going to try the integrated development environment that was recommended at that time. We're going through the exercises. And I think I've already installed it on this computer. Let's see if I did. Oh, someone's calling me. Oh, it's a unknown person. Yes, 1866, blah, blah, blah. I'll hang up. Let's see. Okay, so where, maybe I didn't install it. Well, it should be under Microsoft, under M. Microsoft Office Server, like SQL Server. Yeah, installed SQL Server 2008. It installed Microsoft Visual Studio 2010 Express. And underneath that, it's got Microsoft Visual Web Developer 2010 Express. That's what one needs to use to follow along the book. And so it's got code downloads. Take advantage of free code samples from this book, as well as code samples from hundreds of other books already used. That's rocks.com. Anyway, let's see how this installation is going. I think so. Oh, it should be that one. Yeah, it's about 60% done. Not in the installation, but in the taking a snapshot of the registry. So what else can I show you? Hey. Oh, wow, this would be interesting. Okay. I don't know if I should show you this, because I'm not very good at it. Yeah, this will be a good time to practice, maybe. I can try it here. This is not something. It's kind of extended this so that it reach. So in here, I have, what is it? What should I call this? Maybe I should give you some background information. Okay. I'll give you this one. So what do you see here? Hmm. Let's see. So can you read it? Oh, look at that. You see the I love you kind of things going on. Let's see what I can read here. Oh, there's the word peace. Yeah, peace. And the word, oh, I'm sorry. I can see the word, I'm sorry. And forgive. I'm sorry, forgive. Maybe. What's that? What's this one? What's this one say? Oh, what's this one say? Right there. Right? Right there. I'm having a hard time moving my finger in the right direction. I want to go, oh, I accidentally went the right direction. I want to go down. Yeah, this word here. Starts with a T, it looks like. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. This says, thank you. You. Okay. This is a mirror image, right? No, it's not the mirror image because I can read it. It's the readable form. So thank you. I love you. Peace. I'm sorry, forgive me. And then it's like petals. It's like a mandala. Mandala. What does the word mandala mean? I've seen it as meaning circle or world. So it has a center. And the world, the word world, maybe it refers to reality or dimension or what environment, what is surrounding us, like if we're in the center of what is around us. Okay, so this is a mandala. And then there's writing around it. This is like the mantra. Oh. Around it. Let's see if I can read it. Oh, it's upside down over here. It says Ho'oponopono. Yeah. Ho'oponopono. Ho'oponopono. Is very vague already. It's kind of like drawn with a crayon or something. Ho'oponopono. I painted this, but I remember a long time ago, but I don't remember how when did I paint this? 2012, maybe? Looks like. Yeah, I think that's right. 2012. Okay. But yeah, there's Ho'oponopono. That's like the mantra that is going around in circles. In just regular Roman alphabet. Nothing like some Indian script. Devanagari. No, it's just Roman alphabet going around. You can imagine it's going around in circles.
Okay, going this way, maybe that way you could read it. Or maybe it's going around that way. I don't know. Which way would be better? You decide. So let's meditate on this mandala. But okay, I'll show you another mandala. So what is a mandala for? Let's see. Oh. Okay. So mandala practice. What is mandala practice? What is mandala practice? Historically, it is an ancient way of using the circle as the basis for drawing or painting symbolic designs that revolve around centering, symmetry, and pattern. It has been used for healing, meditation, and shamanism all over the world. There are so many ways to create mandalas. What is mandala in spirituality? A mandala is a symbol of the universe in its ideal form, and its creation signifies the transformation of a universe of suffering into one of joy. It can also be used as an aid to meditation, helping the meditator to envision how to achieve the perfect self. So what is the purpose of mandala meditation? In various spiritual traditions, mandalas are used as an important meditation tool, a means to focusing the attention of practitioners. Used as a spiritual guidance tool, mandalas help establish a sacred space. They act as an aid to meditation and trance induction. Okay, let's see if I can take us into a trance. So we're going to use this mandala in here, that's in this container. This is covered with a cloth, and I put the item in a open container. Still covered. This container here didn't come with the kit. Oh, it's just a bag that I found. Still Spain. Maybe my Spanish girl friend gave it to me. Oh, where is it? She's in Spain. I think she got me this, or maybe I found it somewhere. I don't remember. But it's just that I put it in here, and I used a modern container to hold the items to be used. A modern plastic see-through container. There it is, the see-through container. You know what is inside the container? It's the stuff. Oh, this is made up of mostly edible food that hasn't been cooked, like rice, lentils, different kinds of grains. I should try to get some herbs and spices in there, but might spoil maybe. No, make it dry herbs and spices. Okay, so and then there's what is that? Rings. Not like this ring, those rings with a wall. A wall walls made into rings to hold this. You put it in a, well, first of all, you want to put, maybe I should clean this. It's kind of rusty. Or maybe it's good to have it rusty. I don't know. You know, those copper cleaner things. It might help. Got a film. And maybe that protects it. Okay, so this is a circle. So you could think of it as a mandala, right? And this side, I guess this is a plate. And this is just to hold it, to be able to hold it. So we put this, these are represent our precious stuff that we want to hold on to, like to hold on, that we possess. Maybe it's money that we, our wealth could be, our stuff, our private property, the things we want to hold on to, that we, maybe it's our thoughts, that our ego has gathered, our knowledge too. There's our knowledge, well, there's very little knowledge, but we got plenty of knowledge here. So we're going to, I guess, we could think of it as this could be represent our unconscious mind. Maybe it could also represent our karma, our memories, and everything that we think that is ours, that makes up us. That's me, my individual. Give it away, give it away, give it away, give it away. Who am I giving it to? We're going to give it away to everyone, to all my kind mothers, and to all the holy beings, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Oh, okay. And so I'm going to give, this represents, what does this represent? All these grains, this represents our mental delusions. Now this, a subconscious mind in this. These are all thoughts. And what does this represent? This is a plate, it's a mandala, it's our world, and it's a circle, and this I used to hold it. And we're gonna put, and we're gonna give this away, give it away to all our kind mothers and to all our Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, so that maybe they'll bless us, maybe, and remind us to try to be good, you know, all that stuff. So here's my thoughts and my ego is all in this here. All my karma is contained in the form of grains of rice, lentils, little beans, barley, all kinds of grains are here. Maybe I could put some spices, herbs and spices, maybe dry Make it smell good, maybe. Okay, so I'm going to give. I'm very fond of all of my possessions. I'm going to give all my possessions, give it away to all sentient beings. Oh, you could say, yeah, to everyone and to holy beings. Oh, you could even say, give it away to God. Give it so that if we give something, that maybe we're hoping that we'll receive blessings. So I'm going to give away. So I'm going to go like this. Put it on. Oh, it doesn't stay on my plate. So that's why we have this ring, special ring here. So we put that ring on here, and then we pour it in there. Now it stays. And then we visualize that we're forming a mountain in the center. A mountain so in the center of the Himalayas, like Mount Everest. No, it's not that big. It's Mount Meru, Mount Sumeru. But it's a sacred mountain to Hindus and Buddhists and Jains. Because from there, all the different rivers come out of it, or they come down, the glaciers that form, end up going to different parts of Asia, right from that mountain. So it's a special mountain, very sacred mountain, and people walk around it. Maybe it takes several days to go all the way around it. So we're going to put that mountain in the center. And then around the mountain, there's continents all around the mountain. Like say, there's the Indian subcontinent, there's China, there's Africa maybe, or the Middle East, Iran. I'm spilling this all over. And then we fill it up. Fill it more than beyond the brim. And then we put another one, and we keep putting maybe finer gifts. Maybe we could put our cows, our chickens, and our eggs, and put them all there. Yes, we're giving away all our stuff to all sentient beings. And then maybe we fill it up, and then we put another one here, and then we put our pictures, our digital images, our documents, our important documents. Maybe we could put in here, and then we top it off like this. And you're gonna hold it up, and then we say something nice. We say something nice to who we're giving it to. I'm giving this to Dominic Tersingi and his wife and his cat, his past cat, and all people, and to Joe and to Rami and to Don, and to all their mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters, and to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and to all the presidents and all the president's men, and all the king's men and king's horses, and Humpty Dumpty, and all the animals, and may they accept this gift from me. Humbly I give this, all my possessions are here. All the things I love, all the things I hate. Oh, I hate that I do this and that. I'll give it that too. They'll take it. They'll take anything. You don't care. Okay. Now maybe if I things I don't like, I put them here. They might like them. Okay. Or things that I like too much, hard for me to give away. I'll try to give them away. I'll put them here. Okay. And then what do? Nothing lasts forever, so it dissolves. Or maybe I just dump it. I dump it back in here. I dump it in here. There, it's dumped. And it starts all over again. So there I have done the ceremony of mandala offering to all my kind mothers and the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I've offered away everything I possess. Yes, and all my thoughts too. So I'm free of all my possessions. Well, not really. But I mean, well, maybe hopefully I'll be free of all my delusions, maybe, or of my bad karma, and then maybe if I give, then maybe I'll receive. Oh, it is better to give than to receive. Maybe by giving in this way, I'll practice real giving. I'll be more generous, maybe in real life. Maybe I'll come up with a way to put a dent on world hunger. Maybe I'll be able to receive $100,000 and then I'll skillfully implement it to reduce world hunger to certain amounts. Yeah, I'm still wondering if what's the best way to reduce world hunger given only $100,000. What could I do with that to put a dent on world hunger? Maybe I should work locally and reduce world hunger in my local area and set that as an example. They made a mess. You get it all over the place. So there you have it. That's called a mandala offering. But I did it my way. Well, there's a certain way to do it. But trying to get an idea of what it's like. Oh, here's the proper way of doing it. Is here in the instructions. Let's see, it says, you gotta, but it's if nobody really understands what these things are. Well, it starts off with you build the mountain, Mount Meru, and then you do the you do the 4 continents. I think Jambu Dipa is India, but the other continents, I don't know what they are, but they got Sanskrit names. Is Paragodaniya and Uttarakuru and Puravideya. And then there's subcontinents around those continents. Maybe Australia is in there or something. But they got Sanskrit names. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's Deya and Videya, Samra and Nabat Samra, Sata and Uttara Mantrina, and Kurava and Kaurava. So maybe there's a mention of those in ancient Vedic works. Who knows? I'd have to look it up or try to find them. Then you offer mountains of jewels and wish-granting trees and wish-granting cows and harvest on the sown. Then you put another ring and and you offer precious wheel, precious jewel, precious queen, precious minister, precious elephant, all kinds of goodies, supreme horse. Well, those goodies for back in India, maybe they were pretty cool things for a king to have. Supreme horse, general, great treasure vase, goddess of beauty, goddess of garlands, of music, dance, flowers, incense, goddess of light, goddess of scent, sun, moon, precious umbrella, banner of victory. Oh yeah, that's the banner of victory. That maybe that's what that was. Where's my banner of victory? Victory banner. Oh, it should be buried in here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. There's the, I guess that's the victory banner. This is I think it's copper or brass. It's kind of, it needs to be shined, I guess. Because I bought it maybe 10, 20, 15 years ago. Oh, okay. I gotta cover it, put it away. My toy, my mandala offering tool kit, maybe I guess you could call it. Let's see. Oh. Oh. So. Oh, I was installing a program on my computer. I wonder if it's done. Because earlier I saw I wouldn't call it a virus. What is it when you demand money? Something showed up in a browser demanding that I call this number or else my computer would shut down. But it was fake. So I kind of closed the browser by using the kill function of the task manager. And so it's safe for now, but maybe I should run antivirus program like Malwarebytes and fix it. So I was installing it. Let's see if it's done. I don't know. Monitoring is enabled. Could that be it? Is now monitoring a program's installation and creating an installation log. Oh, maybe it's not done yet. And maybe, oh wait. Oh no, here it is. It's ready to be installed. Oh, and I can click the install button. Yes. So I go over here and share screen. Oh, host only. Oh, I'm going to share this maybe. You can share. Oh, what's this? I think I'm sharing this. Oh, it's being paused. Stop sharing. Let's see, let's try again. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm going to install Malwarebytes. Oh, well, who are you trying to protect? Me or my family or my organization? I think it's just me. Okay. So I'm installing that one so I can be protected. It cost me $60 for a year. I just paid it. I really didn't want to, but it kind of crept up on me. I was going to cancel it, but okay, all right. So I got it for a year. I might as well use it, install it on several computers. Oh, and I ordered some items on Amazon this morning. And it's I'll stop sharing that. Hmm? Oh. How comes? Oh, I can hit stop share. There. Let's see what Dominic says. Oh. 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 So oh, that was earlier today. Oh, hi. 10:30. Oh, yeah. Dominic showed up at 10:30. And he said hi. And then he said thanks. And then, so I guess he's listening. So, oh, okay. I'm gonna put my kit, mandala kit away for next time. Oh, there's also a book that comes with it. Oh, and this and that. Oh, this a ceremonial book. Ceremony. And there's this one, and it's got it's like a liturgy. I guess it goes with this. It's about 30 some pages. No, it's more than that. It's about 60 pages. But maybe you don't have to do all 60 pages. Maybe a portion of it. Maybe the explanatory. Okay. I haven't really practiced this very much, but I have an idea of how it goes. So I should try to practice it. Just to see if I accumulate some merit, because I was on Kindle, or maybe I have it on this phone, maybe it's over here. Let's see if I still have Kindle open. Well, I can go like, oh, I can go like, oh, go like this. There's Google, there's Kindle, yes, okay. Oh no, this one doesn't open, or maybe it does. Oh yeah, it's opening. Okay, so this is the book, 8 Steps to Happiness. Oh, I think. Oh no. To proceed, please select as you want to. Oh, okay. That's cool. Moving, read now. Okay, so I got it in. So I was going to look up a particular verse, but I couldn't find it. Oh, but then I found it on the internet, and so I was going to go read it, and then the virus came up. It's weird. So what's that telling me? The universe doesn't want me to read that verse. And I didn't quite get a chance to read it, but I know what the verse is about, and I just can't find it in this book or in another book by the same author. But it has to do with merit and feeding the hungry. It says, I recall that it says something like, if you were able to feed the hungry of the world, you would not receive as much merit as sending out compassionate thoughts to everyone, or something like that. And it's hard to believe that, because I mean, if you were a billionaire like Bill Gates and you could use that money to feed the hungry, or to get people out of poverty, like say in Africa, or like eliminate malaria, like say in Africa or wherever. Or well, I don't know how successful he is and what his motives are, but if someone could eliminate hunger, the merit, the spiritual merit, or the good karma that they accumulate would not be as much as just thinking about others compassionately or something like that. That's how the verse goes. So I'm trying to find, let's see, look up the word merit in this book. So I type in a keyword like merit and see I can find that verse. On page 20, they mention something about merit. That's not it. The accumulate merit, good fortune. Good reason. Let's see if this one is it. No, I don't think that's it. That's good to read, maybe. Oh, this is interesting. That might be helpful. Let's see. So they are like a farmer. They're like a farmer who fails to weed, fertilize, or water his field, yet still expects his crop to flourish. Oh, okay. Let's reading before that. It says, there are many people who are very interested in meditation, but who, not understanding the importance of preliminary practices, neglect them and consequently are disappointed when their efforts in meditation do not yield results. They are like a farmer who fails to weed, fertilize, or water his field, yet still expects his crop to flourish. The more consistently we practice the preliminaries, the more easily we will gain realizations from our practice of training the mind. So then it talks about the preliminary practices that we should, if we do those, then our meditations will reap, will produce good crops, you could say. If you think of meditation as kind of cultivating the mind and growing things, good things, let's see. So, but before you do that, we have to do some preliminary practices, because if we neglect doing preliminary practices, we'll be disappointed. It's like a farmer failing to weed, fertilize, or water his field. So we got to weed our mind, fertilize our mind, and water our mind. And then the seeds will be in good condition to sprout. Okay, so the seeds of meditation, you could say. Meditating on virtuous objects, like meditating on love and kindness, things like that. Okay, so, but what are the preliminary practices? I don't know. Oh, but what do they do? So if the preliminary practice helps purify our mind of negativity, that's a good preliminary practice. If they help accumulate merit, that's good. Oh, so this practice of what I just did with this mandala kit, I'll put it away. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah, this. I can't bring it down. Okay, anyway, we got it here. I'm putting it away. There's my preliminary practice of the mandala offering. I just did it. Well, very lousy, but it's more like a run through. It probably takes a half an hour to do right. Well, maybe 15 minutes if you get good at it and do it fast. Let's see, and then this. Oh, this is like something that you put around here to cover yourself with, and you do it, and then you dump the stuff on your lap. But I'm going to use that to cover this. And we wrap this around a few times. Maybe I need to wash this. I haven't washed it. Once I got it. 15 years ago, maybe. Oh. Okay, leave this. And then something like that. That might be a good way to wrap it. Heavens it. Oh, it's 11:58. So, so there's no further questions. Well, I didn't ask for questions, but any questions? Any comments from the peanut gallery? Okay, so I have a question. So what did we learn today? Oh, let's see what I got the chat here. Oh, so we learned about satori. This Japanese word means the experience of awakening, waking up and thinking clearly, of awakening, enlightenment, or apprehension of the true nature of reality. Oh, so see reality as it is. It is often considered an experience which cannot be expressed in words. While the term satori is derived from the Japanese verb to know, satoru, it is distinct from the philosophical concept of knowledge as it represents a transcendence of the distinction between one that knows and knowledge. Oh. So maybe that expresses non-duality. So in duality, we distinguish between the object and the mind. In non-duality, we merge them together. Or no, we don't merge them, but we realize that there's no mind. There's just an awareness of something there, of phenomena. There's, yeah. I don't know. Something like that. And then Sumaira Imran from Pakistan joined us at 9 a.m. He had poor internet connection because of the weather, so he tried to listen. And then Dominic joined us a half an hour ago, and we have to say goodbye to everyone because why? Because it's from 7 to 11. Or well, I'd like it to be from 7 to 11 because it, 7-Eleven, convenience store, maybe are kind of catchy. Well, it doesn't have to be 7 to 11. We can continue. But actually, oh. And Dominic says, enjoy the day. Hi, Rose. Thanks. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess I could go eat something, do some other stuff. So have a good day, Dominic, and everyone. And everyone out there in YouTube land. And may everyone be happy and free from suffering and all those good stuff. And may all your wishes come true, maybe, if they're not too harmful to you and your friends. Okay. Bye. Bye. I'm going to close the shop. See you next time.